The wait is over. We are back with the Group B finals of the Mythic Dungeon International. Our top 4 teams have secured their spot in the grand finals, but today we're looking to crown a champion before our Groups A and B clash in the next 2 weeks. I'm your host, Rook, and I'm joined by Dratnos, Tettles, and Zoronic again on the desk. We had a really exciting weekend, a lot of things between Week A and Week B that I think really changed our expectations. But, Dratnos, I'm curious, how are our final top 4 teams in Group B looking?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of strength and a lot of weakness shown by kind of all 4 of these teams over the course of the weekend. Like, you can see Perplexed coming in up into the upper finals here, or the upper finals, I guess it is. But they dropped a game against ECLIPSE, right? Bald Bandits, really strong, looking good as well, overcame Mandatory, but of course, coming in as much more of an underdog team compared to Perplexed and Mandatory, so that should be really exciting in our upper bracket. Then our lower bracket, we have ECLIPSE and Mandatory, who have both also looked really great in several of their maps. I mean, just fantastic. ECLIPSE have had some really good runs, and Mandatory, of course, one of the 2 favorites, along with Perplexed, coming into this weekend, and yet they dropped that series against Bald Bandits. So of these 4 teams, they all could certainly and have taken games off of each other, and it's just going to depend on who comes, more prepared today to game.
Of course. I mean, a lot of these teams, they've been prepping. They've even been prepping between each of the different days, right? And like you said, we've seen some unexpected knockdowns, even with the first weekend, Echo going down to lower bracket, and here ECLIPSE Mandatory as well. 2 of our strongest contenders who have been knocked down and have been fighting their way up. Meanwhile, Perplexed and Bald Bandits really looking strong. But Tettles, I mean, what have you thought have been some of the biggest surprises so far? And do you think any of these teams are really going to throw a wrench into this today?
Biggest surprise, I think that Mandatory looked a little bit worse than I think I anticipated. And it's not necessarily that their strategies were bad. I just think that they weren't consistent enough to be able to pull off the strategies that they were necessarily going for. I think yesterday we saw them have like a 14 death of Taldazar versus Bald Bandits. I think that to me has kind of been the biggest surprise. But with a team like Mandatory, I feel like they also have like the largest amount of upside. They are in the lower finals right now. And they're going to be playing versus ECLIPSE in the second series that we have today. I kind of expect them to kind of get their stuff together and perform about as expected, but if they continue to just, be inconsistent and underperform expectations, is that just what Mandatory is? Like, you kind of have to ask yourself that eventually.
You do. And I mean, as we look ahead here, there are going to be some really good maps here this day. But one of the ones that is really catching my eye, right? Consistency, how these teams perform, the difficulty as well as the affixes. These are all things we've talked a lot about the last couple weekends. And as we take a look at the match pool here, I mean, Throne of Tides, one that many of the teams have avoided at all costs, but that we're seeing come in. Zyronic, how do you think this is going to bode for our match 12?
Yeah, that lower semifinals matchup, they are forced to play bolstering Throne of the Tides. That's going to be an exciting one. I've heard through the grapevine that potentially one or both of the teams were seen on the tournament realm practicing this key last night because maybe they didn't anticipate they would actually have to play it this weekend. So that could turn out to be an interesting one to watch. You'll want to stay tuned for that. Obviously, that's not our first matchup of the day, but yeah, we haven't seen that Throne of the Tides all weekend, and for good reason, too. Fortified bolstering. We saw how difficult that was in Waycrest Manor last week, and I think it's even more of a bad affix combo in Throne of the Tides.
So typically, just like as a meta strategy, teams tend to ban the higher level dungeons because they're harder to practice. And so at the end of the week, though, like the last day, you're going to end up having these higher level dungeons as like mandatory picks occasionally. And so like in the first series, we're going to have that 24 Waycrest Manor. In the second series, we're going to have this 24 Throne of the Tides. And so it's a situation where you would have liked to have ideally perma-banned it the entire weekend, but eventually you're going to have to play it.
It'll come up for sure. And I mean, as we've seen, it has today. These are going to bring some extra challenges for the teams. But of course, like we were saying, our first matchup is going to actually be Perplexed versus Bald Bandit. So Throne of Tides will have to wait a little bit here. Now, Dratnos, what are you expecting from these two? Perplexed has really been showing strong so far over Group B weekend.
Yeah, Perplexed are definitely coming into this series as the favorites, but Bald Bandits looked really, really compelling in their series against Mandatory. This is a team that also has, experienced players on it, players that we know can win MDI games. Looks like we have our bans coming in as well. We have Darkheart Thicket removed from the pool by Perplexed, whereas Murazan's Rise is going to be the target of Bald Bandits, which means, wow, this series is going to contain those Ataldazars and those Everblooms later that we've seen a lot of just, battle cruiser, World of Warcraft, and the teams just blasting against each other with really fast strategies. But we start off in the 24 Waycrest Manor. That should be a pretty cool place to start.
So, Perplexed out of these two teams is the only one that's actually played that Waycrest Manor. They put up a 12-minute and 43-second time. How do you kind of expect Bald Bandits to perform? Obviously, I think that the Perplexed run was relatively clean. Now there's a question is, are Bald Bandits going to be able to live up to that?
Yeah, I don't have a good benchmark of what a fast Waycrest is on these affixes because we just haven't seen enough of it this weekend, right? This has been a fairly high priority ban for a lot of teams, and that means that we're going to be getting kind of a good idea of that here. So, there's not much information we can get out of the bans when it comes to Bald Bandits' confidence in this dungeon, because of course you're not allowed to ban that first map in a series, right? So you are required to play this one. This one is not optional, but they did get to actually see that run, right? So you do get some time after Saturday to practice and prep things for Sunday. So presumably if that Waycrest was much faster than what they could do, they would have, tried their best to be able to replicate that for today. We'll see exactly if they have that same strategy or not. I know we've had teams have different ideas of this place, but it does look like we are getting ready to be underway here. We do have that Mistweaver Monk for both teams, which makes a lot of sense. A lot of good stuff you can do with the Monk in here. They're both heading right. Actually, no, they're not. We have a right strat from Bald Bandits, and we have a left strat from Perplexed. So this is the Divergence. We saw it was Dr. J's team that did the right strat last weekend as well.
One of the advantages of going right is the second pull that's after this raw pull. You're able to stack up your group on top of all the plates and do the gorgers in basically two pulls this area. Whereas if you do this perplex strategy on the left-hand side, you kind of have to do this raw trash area. Typically, it ends up being in 3 pulls, but it just kind of depends. You also get a very different lust. So for Bald Bandits, they have taken a lot of trash into the boss, a lot of the deadly mobs like the stewards and the gorgers, where for Perplexed, these mobs that they've pulled with the captains and the guards aren't very dangerous, but they do give a lot of counted. But the big thing is that they have a lot of HP. The guards and the captains are just a really slow pull in general, so having that lust for it is really nice.
Yeah, one thing that can be kind of awkward about this lust for Perplexed is that these 3 bosses are actually all immune to damage for a little while, right? When the as the iris is kind of jumping around, or not all immune, but some of your damage is going into immune targets here, or to low damage taken targets, which can be really awkward, right? You're going to be losing some efficiency on that. So I think one of the advantages of the right-hand side as well is that just this lust is better.
Wait, where are Perplexed going?
It's really good for speed, but where are Perplexed going? It looks like they're getting ready to just run outside here.
Ooh,
we have
pre-drop a gate?
Ooh, is this the... Well, okay, no, it's just a gateway for speed, followed up by another gateway for speed.
And then they invis potion. It's a group invis potion to make sure they skip that witch, which is what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, are we gonna see a? No, okay, yeah, they've done it. They've gotten through, and now Divine is heading immediately into the Raw room.
They go into the
grab
boss
that corner pack
with all this trash
and come back out and around. This is a lot of trash here for Perplexed. Big count available. Meanwhile, Bald Bandits finish off that Raw pull.
So right here is probably the hardest part of the dungeon for Perplexed. Taking all of this trash from the boss is very dangerous. But not only that, but the chain pull that they do as well on this boss is also not something to be...
Bald Bandits are going for it as well. They're going for a pretty much the same idea here, but obviously mirrored, coming from the other side of the dungeon. Okay. But it's going to be largely the same set of enemies there. Yips is grabbing all of those, so they're not using the plate stack.
Ooh, oh no, Zesevi's dead!
Spiked by Matron Brindle. Down he goes. They do have a battle res available here. A Shine does hit the unending resolve and manages to get that soulstone off before that uproot removes him from that location. That was good. Zesevi back up now.
One of the key differences, though, in their pathing is like you were talking about, it's largely the same enemies onto the boss. But Perplex now has a lot of count that they can actually grab from that raw area and just chain it into the boss. Where Bald Bandits, they're going to have a lot harder time of like fishing out any bonus mobs to continue to pull into this boss. There's obviously, I think, the corner pack with the Thorn Shapers and the Thorn Guard that looks like it's potentially on the table for Bald Bandits. As Perplex is also on the left-hand side of your screen grabbing that. But it depends on how long this chain pull is going to be and like how much trash.
Divine is actually in some danger here as well. Looks like he's going to be okay.
Cheap,
They did reset the stacks on the boss as well here, so it's currently autoing like a wet noodle as well, which is nice because he was certainly getting beat up for a little while before that. But yeah, all good here. Pretty scary pull actually when you have Brindle still alive and you have a Thorn Guard putting that bleed on you, and you have the Soulbound Goliath. That's something that tanks can and do get killed by. Bald Bandits. Oh no, Perplex.
A Shine died.
A Shine down to the Splinter Spike, and no res available for him, nor really anybody to cast it, although I'm sure they have some NG reses. Now we have another reset coming through on the boss here, but this is going to cost Perplexed a lot of time now because they don't actually have a DPS player for another 25% of boss HP. So and that means they're not going to be able to pull trash on top of this thing.
You were commenting on Brindle's damage, like to the tank. I think that the Brindle with the Splinter Spike plus the Soul Thorns cast is actually the most dangerous part of that. And you saw Swag tried to grip a Shine, but he was just a little bit slow, maybe like a quarter second slow on that getting that life grip onto a Shine, and he wasn't able to get him out of that Splinter Spike knockup that Brindle does. And it's one of those things that, like, if you don't have a major defensive press and you're stuck in that Soul Thorns, you're likely to die. For Bald Bandits right there, Fragnance has to pop his Dispersion, and he is able to live, but it's quite close.
All right, so it's going to be tough to judge which of these teams is ahead just off of dungeon progression because, of course, they've gone with entirely different paths. But you have to assume that the death for Perplexed here means that they are going to be slower. They are technically killing this boss first, but Bald Bandits have a lot more count. But the count is also a bit misleading because they've killed different enemies. So we are going to see, actually, the Bald Bandits heading in towards the Heartsbane Triad area. Let's see what they get up to here.
The vibes...
They're going to go in.
The vibes are definitely in Bald Bandit's favor, even though it's a completely different thing. I think that they full-screened it so they could fix the details on the left side. I'm not 100% sure, though.
Oh, was there a details issue?
I think they were showing overall damage as opposed to current segment.
Yeah, see, which of those you should show is you should check between the two details windows and see which one you're doing better on, and then swap to that one. And claim that is the most important metric. That's my usual method for that. But we do have Toads getting added in here to this pull for the Bald Bandits. And, yeah, I would say this pull is, it's sketchy, but it's not that bad as long as you have good control of the mobs. But the fact that you're doing this without Lust is actually makes it quite a bit more tricky than teams that often do a similar size pull with Lust.
Yeah, so whenever Perplex was doing this with Lust, a lot of the things that are difficult on this pull just are no longer difficult because his captains and his guards die super quickly as well. The captains and guards also just have so much HP, and Bald Bandits, like on the big screen here, they want to be focusing the boss. They actually really don't want to be hitting those guards with their captains. They do, of course, get some free cleave with the Shadow Priest and the Fire Mage, but Kush is pretty much just bolting Selena or Briar or whatever active witches up there at the time, and then just getting Havoc cleave. Why is Malady so far over, by the way?
They moved it over there because that's where they were bringing the
going?
trash. Yeah, where is Zatsy going? Looks like he went up the stairs, maybe tagged some mobs, and then transcended back down, possibly.
Oh,
yep. We've got an enthralled guard here, and the runic disciple. Now, this enthralled guard and runic disciple, BFA enjoyers will remember these two because these are the two mobs that would be up there in the top left. Whenever the top left door was open, you would run up and you'd fight them, and possibly a witch. So a little bit of extra count here for the Bandits. I like that. Meanwhile, Perplexed have actually finished off Raw the Gluttonous. So between these two teams, Perplexed have killed all three of the bosses. Bald Bandits haven't yet, but Perplexed also are down a bit of count. Even with those two deaths, it seems like Perplexed are doing fine, though. They're chugging along. One thing that's nice here for the Bald Bandits, though, is that they are on the left side of the dungeon, which is the side that is nicer to go down to the cellar from.
So Bald Bandits need 89, I think it's like 88.5% before they're able to just completely go downstairs. Ooh, Bald Bandits again invising. Ooh. Oh, no, this isn't again. We saw Perplexed invis through here earlier, and now the Bald Bandits are invising that witch as well, making sure that they don't pull that witch because that is now a Soul Charmer. Soul Charmer, not exactly efficient. Those witches in general, if you can avoid pulling them, that is ideal.
All right, now we have a polymorph used on one of these diviners. And we're going to grab the rest of this stuff and bring it
gonna
on
group Mel?
downstairs. Alma coming downstairs as well. Meanwhile, Perplexed also in the cellar, also grabbing Alma. They also have the Thorn Shaper, but that one is going to be Dominate Minded, as well as 4 of these Hounds.
Okay, so
That's nice.
So they were doing
both
with the
teams have used CC to avoid having an extra annoying caster in this pool, right? We have a Polymorph on the Diviner for Bald Bandits.
Yep.
We have a Dominate Mind on the Thorn Shaper for Perplexed. And those mobs are going to be released, and they're going to get the count from them later. But right now, they just don't want an extra kick, an extra caster to deal with while they have the Soul Charmer here that's dropping these candles.
Yeah, so this, well, for Bald Bandits, this Diviner is going to come in probably like 15 seconds. But the other Diviner that's downstairs and the Soul Charmer and Alma are ideally going to be dead, and so they just have to throw kicks into that, so it's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah,
so
that Soul Charmer is really the mob that makes casters so deadly here, because they'll just love to stand inside the candles as well and just be unkillable, do huge damage. It's a really nasty mob. Perplexed have finished off all of their trash, it looks like
Do
here.
the Bandits have count, man?
So they still haven't killed Alma yet, so they will. Once Alma dies for them, they should be
Perplex hasn't killed Alma yet either, though.
Well, okay, yeah, hang on.
Ball Bandits
I
have
guess there's
another
an extra
mob
Soul
in
Charmer?
No. Okay,
Yeah.
so Ball Bandits have another mob Dominate Minded. I actually don't know what it is. I assume it's another Diviner, maybe?
It's a Thorn Shaper, it looks like.
Okay.
Okay, so they're going to kill off this Diviner, and then they can kill off that Thorn Shaper, and then they can also kill off the Soul Charmer in the back if they need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be okay, right? You can see the Soul Charmer is coming in here for Perplexed. We have an imprisoned Diviner off to the side as well.
Ooh, Lady Wakecrest
I would
is
assume
down
that
for
both
both
teams have
teams.
count, yeah.
Dude, I
Indeed,
think
Lady
Lady
Wakecrest is. This is going to be neck and neck as well, and those 10
Yes.
seconds of Death Timer are very crucial here as well. Even though I think Perplexed are maybe 3 seconds ahead in terms of progression. Actually, now Bald Bandits have a lower Lady Wakecrest, though, so it's neck and neck by that metric, which means, yeah, those 10 seconds could be pivotal here. That also probably just means Perplexed have a much faster route because, you know, they did 30% of Soulbound Goliath with a dead DPS, and they're still almost here at the same pace.
Oh, here's some trash for Ball Bandits. This is kind of what I was confused about. I was like, where is the trash? But then they've just grabbed that Thorn Shaper Captain. Oh, okay, and the Jagged
This is
Hounds
going to
that
take a lot
accompany
of
it.
time, though. Look at this, right? Like, look at their Lord Wakecrest. It's still, I guess Lord Wakecrest has a pretty small health pool, but they still have a boss to deal with here, whereas Perplexed are just going to be going into Gorak Toll. And the clock is really ticking here for Bald Bandits because Gorak Toll only takes like a minute.
Okay,
so they have got to
they're
just
8
do this
seconds.
as well.
They're 8 seconds behind on killing Lord and Lady Wakecrest. Now, there's 10 seconds of death differential in favor of
my
Ball
goodness
Bandits. This
gracious.
is going to be a race to the finish here. As you do see Kush on the right-hand side getting in position. Lust has been popped. Ball Bandits have a lot more mobs to finish off here than Perplexed.
Yeah, would you rather have 2 seconds when you factor in the death timer of advantage like Bald Bandits do? Or would you rather have that 3% count, which means you don't have to kill as much stuff in
I
this
think
pool?
I prefer the
I
2
think Perplexed
seconds,
are ahead.
but-
I don't know. It's
Look at this,
gonna
Ball
be
Bandits are beating
really
the boss.
close.
Look at the boss, look at the boss, look at the boss.
The boss is, I mean, it's just equal between the two teams, the exact same HP here, as both teams are just blasting into the boss. The question is, like, look at this, we've got this Soul Charmer, or this Thorn Shaper that is knocking people up, though, for Bald Bandits. That's got to be annoying. That's got to be an efficiency lost. But they've just got to keep it within 10 seconds, right? They don't actually have to kill Gorak Toll first.
Exactly.
They just have to do it within 10 seconds.
Ooh.
That Lust is now fading for the Bandits. It's still going for Perplexed for another couple of seconds here. Now they've opened up a bit of a lead. Things are getting very close. 6% of a boss HP advantage here for Perplex as we get close to that finish line.
Perplex has to
20%
pump.
on the
Perplex
boss
has to
now.
pump. This is going to be so insanely close. Again, there's 10 seconds of death differential in favor of Ball Bandits. They had 2 deaths earlier for Perplex, so they need to be able to kill this boss first and
Hit the
kill it
4
10
hit the
seconds
touch of
first.
death. Where is it?
Come
Hit
on,
the
come on.
boss dead.
Okay, and the clock
All
is
right,
going
there
to
it is.
stop for
Timer
Perplex.
stopped. 10
seconds?
seconds now. Bald Bandits, this is their moment. This is their opportunity
they
to
got
get ahead
it.
of Perplexed. It's going to be coming down to milliseconds here. 1 more second.
Who won?
All
Did they get it?
Whoa. Okay.
Who won?
Okay, we gotta actually check the milliseconds here because our timer at the top is not the official atomic clock
my
that we use
God.
here. So this is going to be adjudicated. We're going to take a look at exactly how long it was, going back to exactly when the keys started. We have that. Our admins have those numbers available. So do not look at the top of the screen here. We don't actually have a for certain millisecond timer until we can see what our admins say there. What on earth? Close finish, though. I mean, exactly. It's
Oh!
Perplexed. It's Perplexed.
It's
to do it. Let's see
Perplexed?
by how much? Let's see by how many milliseconds. Oh my goodness! Once we get that scoreboard screen, we'll be able to see what on earth.
It was nail-bitingly close, but the victory has been determined to go in the favor of Perplexed. Incredible start to our day, though. I mean, unbelievable. Zyronic, you had your eyes on the match. We were all on the edge of our seats. What were you seeing through this neck-and-neck race?
Jeez.
Let's just take a moment to look at that 0.6 second difference there. And I mean, you would think that Bald Bandits had the faster strategy at the very end there. Perplexed, though, was able to clutch it out at the end with a little bit of perfect play. But I just want to kind of cover how ridiculous this Soulbound Goliath pull that both teams go for on these affixes. We covered it a little bit in the Waycrest manner we saw earlier this weekend, but when you pull that much trash onto this boss, any one thing that goes wrong really sets things in a bad way. You know, you're really relying on those human racials to get you out of the soul thorns, and kind of hope that the boss targets your mage a lot. And if that doesn't happen, deaths start to spiral out of control, and any extra death, like we saw from Sevi, could really set you behind. But the fact that Perplexed were able to keep that pull down to 2 deaths, and only 2 deaths, is what I think the difference maker was in this dungeon. Because as we saw, any extra time that was added to this dungeon would have lost them the key, and the fact that it came down to literally half of a second is pretty wild. And that's only our first match of the day. We still got to finish this series off, and then we have 3 more series after that. It is going to be a crazy day.
Okay, I have a question. So we saw right side from Dogs last weekend, and they had a slow Waycrest manner. Now we're seeing right side from Bald Bandits, and they have a slower Waycrest manner than having a death for 35% of Soulbound Goliath. Is right side just slower in this dungeon?
I don't think that's necessarily the entire case. I think where they ended up losing the most amount of time was in their trash management around Lord and Lady Waycrest. If they didn't do whatever mind control shenanigans they were doing there and just AoE'd the trash down, I think they would have been faster there. Maybe they thought they were ahead enough to where they could play it safe like they were playing it, but if they were able to just go a tiny bit faster there, they would have been able to take this. I think right side's definitely viable. I don't think we've seen the full potential of what it can do yet.
Okay.
You know, we've been talking this whole time about what a threat Perplexed is, but Bald Bandits, again, led by multi-MDI winner Fragnance, and although they are a new team in name, these veterans are not at all, you know, unnerved or intimidated by the MDI or the pressures in it. They came in, and this was an incredible showing from them right at the start. I mean, Dratnos, what a ridiculous start to the day. What are some of your thoughts coming out of this first game?
Yeah, I mean, said at the start of the day that all 4 of the teams we'd be seeing today could take games off of each other, could take maps off of each other, and I don't know if there's a better proof of it than that. I mean, that was an unbelievably close game. It did become close because of an error from Perplexed, though, that's worth saying, right? Like, that was a close to perfect run from Bald Bandits, right? Like, we didn't see any major mistakes, at least. Obviously, they may have been thinking they could have saved a couple seconds here or there, right? But it was a 0-death run from Bald Bandits. And it was a run with a pretty costly death during a boss that they couldn't B-res for Perplexed, right? So given that Perplexed still was able to win with that being true, that does make you think that if the 2 teams have runs of similar cleanliness, Perplexed definitely have maybe 20, 30 seconds of advantage if it's like that Waycrest manner. But we don't know if it's going to be like that Waycrest manner in Everbloom and Ataldazar. Everbloom and Ataldazar are, I would say, our 2 most often focused on dungeons by these teams because there's just been so much pressure, so much competitive pressure on the strategies in there.
Tettles, did you have any follow-up thoughts on that? I saw your brain cooking while we were chatting.
I was going to say that, like, I don't know if we need to harp on it too much, but I do think the big thing with the Waycrest manner is, like, the Soulbound Goliath pull that Dretnus was talking about, too, where Perplexed were able to get more trash into the boss because they could then, you know, chain additional gorgers and stuff like that Bald Bandits, they pulled in on pull, but they weren't necessarily able to get more trash, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think a real test either way of, you know, how clean, how fast is going to come in with Ataldazar, which is going to be our next game that we're heading into here for them. I mean, with this one, if Perplexed takes it, they continue on. They're going to move forward. And, you know, Bald Bandits, they'll get knocked down into that lower bracket to await. Now, a reminder to everybody, all 4 of the teams that are participating today have secured their place in the grand finals. But of course, we are crowning a champion today for Group B, so they are fighting hard. I mean, with this Ataldazar, we've seen this go very very wrong for groups this past weekend, just proving how difficult of a dungeon it is overall to manage. I mean, Dratnos, what do you think these two are keeping in mind as they look ahead to Ataldazar?
Yeah, I mean, Ataldazar, it's a dungeon that has had strategic differences as well, but like our little
My nemesis.
little graphic there reminds us,
He's back.
there's also just volatility there in like surviving the Razan pull, right? However you want to go through the dungeon, whether you want to start with Razan or head left at the start, whether you want to play a healer or not, which we, I guess, whatever you're planning to do here, it's not just about do you have the 9-minute strategy or the 9-minute 30 strategy or the 10-minute strategy. It's also a question of can you avoid getting 14 deaths in here. Yesterday we saw that Mandatory didn't manage to do that in their run, and that's a very powerful team. Perplexed and Bald Bandits are also great, but that could happen to either of them as well if they're not careful.
Yeah, I was talking to Yips yesterday after their victory over Mandatory yesterday, and they said, yeah, our strategy was just not to int as much as the other team, and Ataldazar. And, worked out for him.
I will say, though, looking timer-wise, Perplexed should have like a massive advantage in the Ataldazar. Yesterday, on day one, Perplexed put up a 918 in AD. Bald Bandits, whenever they played it yesterday versus Mandatory, put up a 1029.
Okay,
So
yeah.
stark difference
Now,
between the two
that
teams.
run from the Bald Bandits, though, was not clean, right? Like, that run
Correct.
was one where it was like, oh, both teams are having mistakes, right? So,
Yes.
yeah, I agree, though. I think this is a Perplexed favor. I mean, the whole series, of course, is a Perplexed favored series. Bald Bandits came so close, though, to clutching it out in Game 1. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going and make it happen here in Game 2 as we get underway in Ataldazar. Perplexed deploying that Resto Druid. Bald Bandits sticking with the Disciplined Priest instead.
I think Double Priest is pretty good in here. I mean, you get access to a second power infusion. I think it's fairly valuable. It makes sense as to why Bald Bandits are playing it. I think that there are a couple of key moments in this dungeon that are going to be make or break for these two teams. This first pull is definitely one of them. Watching for bursting stacks, making sure you don't get stormed out of melee range of the Juggernauts, popping your defensives at the right time to not get just annihilated by these Sards, and then also just having the damage to kill off the Confessors and the Augurs in time to make sure no casts go off. That's like a huge deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, as we can see those power infusions deployed, all three of them across our two teams. Looks like Bald Bandits maybe are going to be able to get this pull finished a hair faster. Yes, they are. Now heading up the stairs here. You also have another Master Spell for the bursting. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, one of the advantages of the second Master Spell for the bursting is since all these teams play a bunch of Nelfs in this dungeon for melding off trash in front of Volcall, you're not able to have access to that dwarf ability, which is normally very, very good versus bursting. So that second Master Spell kind of covers what you would otherwise be dwarfing.
Yeah, really nice piece of utility there as long as they can coordinate its usage. Of course, a lot harder to coordinate two people with an ability than just one person using it when they think it's best.
Yeah.
Either way, both teams are on Alunza here, and despite the fact that Bald Bandits got here first, Perplexed seem to have just dunked some boss damage into this thing.
Yips is going
The
through
boss
it right now with these
substantially
stormings.
lower. Yeah, the storming. Little tornado
Ooh, Zappy
alley
died.
here. Uh-oh.
Oh, he had a pre-soulstone on him? All right,
Okay.
he's back. He's back?
Whenever you see a priest die and instantly get back, I was like, is he holy? Is he in angel form? But no, it's just a soul stone. And that's smart. Having a pre-soul stone out is actually really clever. I see a lot of times people don't have one out in these runs, but you always should have one on at least somebody.
Yeah, I mean, the healer or the tank are probably the two best options if you're just like looking for general advice.
Yeah, 100% is a vital thing to do. Looks
Ooh,
like
frag
we have
dies.
Perplexed already killing this boss
Oh, so
now.
the-
Heading down the stairs, whereas the Bald Bandits actually are going to have to continue doing some damage here after that transfusion. They are going to get this boss killed as well, but you can see now on the bottom of your screen that it is a 9-second advantage in favor of Perplexed, plus 10 seconds of death timer. So
this is big
sort
for
of a
Perplexed
reverse
here.
of what we saw last game,
Yeah.
except remember last game, the death timer was in Bald Bandit's favor, but the progression was in Perplexed's favor. Well, this time around, the progression and the death timer are currently in Perplexed's favor, so that is not good news if you are a Bald Bandit fan, but there's a lot of dungeon left ahead of us here. We're only 3 minutes into this one. Razan does get pulled by the Bandits. They're hoping to catch up here.
So, I couldn't tell what Divine was trying to grab. Was Divine trying to grab the mid pack?
Possibly, yeah. It's certainly not snapped down.
They had
here
They had a
currently.
delayed snap on some of these mobs. Mobs are really difficult to snap in Altaldazar now since they changed them coming into this patch. That mid pack in particular is one that's been causing a lot of teams a lot of problems, to the point where neither Perplexed nor Ball Bandits are even going for the snap on that mid pack. They're just like, we'll do something else.
Yeah, it's a... yesterday we saw the mid-pack snap just being a brutally lethal thing to try and do. You know, 23 fortified, those shots, those dino effects are so powerful.
Yeah.
So much damage, so much volatility added there. Like, you're probably safe if the right person gets shot, but, you know, if a couple of times that goes on the wrong person, you are just going to have deaths. Not to mention those charges going
Juggernaut
off.
Baiter doesn't have the gate in the right spot. Now we're looking like we're getting a new gate from a Shine here for Perplex.
There we go. Gateway works. We have,
work.
of course, seen that. A gateway incident last weekend with Echo missing their gateway up on one of their Ataldazars. Teams trying very hard to make sure that doesn't happen to them. As now Divine is going to be grabbing a bunch of trash here, heading up the stairs, and they're going to be running, looks like just here. And that's going to be the count that they need to basically set them up for just 2 more pulls for the rest of the run.
Yeah, the final 2 pulls is going to be a couple of trash mobs into Volcall. They meld off the Honor Guard because they don't need that guy. And then they do just like some Sards and a Sky Screamer into Yasma.
Ball Bandit setting up a similar pull here, but they're not going to grab those 2 patrolling stalkers from the stairs.
Okay.
We'll save that for presumably for that next pull. But either way, it should work out here for them. And I actually kind of like this one better because this pull has started a lot quicker for Bald Bandits.
Yeah.
And you don't have those stalkers that do a lot of AoE damage here. It does mean that the next pull is going to be a little harder, but I feel like this balances the difficulty of the pulls nicely.
The downside of doing... Okay, so the upside is like you're saying you get to start the pull fast. So the downside of it is that you get less efficient usage on like Sigil Silence, right?
Yes, although you don't need Sigil Silence for the stalkers. They don't do any casts or anything like that.
Well,
so.
I'm talking about like you have to move that the augurs in, or the witch doctors like into the pack with Sigil Silence.
Yeah, you're not just fighting where they spawned.
Exactly.
That is indeed the case. As Bald Bandits are getting into Volcall's room, it looks like a little bit later than Perplexed. You can see on our split timer, Perplexed did gain time on the boss 2 split as well, so 20-second advantage for them, as both teams are now beginning to kill off those reanimation totems. Perplexed have done it and are now starting the second phase here.
We had...
You can see that count difference here will be equalized once those stalkers are taken care of. Actually, will it? I think those stalkers are already... Oh, no, they're coming in. Okay, yeah. Count difference should be equalized once those die for the Bald Bandits, for the most part.
Perplexed here is in a really good position. I think that there's very few things that can actually cost them significant time now. And I kind of expect to see a maybe even potentially a sub 9-minute run that we're seeing here. Volcall, 65% HP. This is huge for Perplexed. They just need to kill off a couple of these mobs. Again, they're not killing that reanimated honor guard. That guy sucks. We're going to melt him off in just a couple of seconds. And so I think that Perplexed is looking good.
Yeah, Perplexed doing a great job on Volcall here, but Bald Bandits actually are catching up on boss HP here. Less than 10% boss HP difference now between the two teams. They do still have to kill off those stalkers as well, but the presence of some stalkers under boss doesn't actually hurt their single target. In fact, it helps it if you, as long as you don't have to stay and kill them after the boss dies, which I'm not sure if they will. There are some pretty high health bars on those mobs for the bandits. The HP difference between the bosses is opening up once again as well. Perplexed accelerating a bit here as we do get to the end of this fight, and they just have that honor guard left as well, so they will be able to just run away and meld. Yep. And that will be all they need to be able to do here. Yep, you can see those melds getting used. Wolf Disco hitting his invis here. Now they just need to grab a little bit of trash and take it with them into Yasma.
Don't let it body pull the mid-pack
here. Unfortunately for Bald Bandits, it looks like Kush maybe melded in a place where for some reason it didn't quite work out, so that's going to be another death for Bald Bandits. Another 5 seconds. Kush does have to run back and rejoin them as well. I think the pathway should be open for him to do that, but that is going to be costly for Bald Bandits, and Bald Bandits really didn't have any time to give here, as Perplexed are already on Yasma here. If they can avoid any deaths, any incidents here on this, they will be able to make their way into the finals of the weekend. They've just got to keep it clean for another minute or so on this 23 fortified level. Yasma can die very quickly. but they do also have some swords and a Skyscreamer joining the party as well.
I think the only real thing that can take them down here is having a Skyscreamer cast go off. They do have a couple of Skyscreamers in this pool, so it is possible. But I think with players of this caliber, it seems unlikely. It seems like Perplex is going to be able to take this down 2-0. Dude, we saw a lot of 3-game series yesterday, and Perplex is actually looking insanely good today. This is going to be very scary if you're any of the other teams and you're looking to maybe potentially play them in the finals.
Yeah, this is a commanding performance out of Perplexed now. They have been carving their way through our weekend. Bald Bandits, though, are so close behind them. Heartbreakingly close. Bald Bandits look so unbelievably good, and it's going to be brutal here because this series is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Perplexed, pending any disaster at the end of Yasma. But Bald Bandits have been seconds behind.
Are you kicking yourself for the 3 deaths in this key? Are you kicking yourself for losing that Waycrest mana, Dratnos?
Yes, I mean, there's no way to avoid it, but you gotta refocus. You gotta get your mind back in it because, of course, there is a lot more game to be played. They are not eliminated just yet. They're just being sent down to the lower bracket, but it is Perplexed who are into our finals. What a incredible performance.
Victory here goes to Perplexed, taking this match 2-0 against Bald Bandits, but it was hard won. Perplexed, however, proving and leaving us without any questions, any perplexity, if you will, as to why they earned their spot in the finals. Such a clean run and such a smooth victory for them, even against such fierce competition. Now, Zironic, what were you seeing while we were going through this Ataldazar?
Yeah, one of the things I really want to cover is the difference in strategies that we've been seeing going into the Razan room. One of the things we've seen a lot in the past is pulling that middle pack down onto Razan, but we have a great POV from our observers here showing exactly what Divine Field's pulling. Doesn't even want to do anything with that middle pull. And the reason I bring up that middle pull with the mini-bosses in particular is almost all of the resets we've seen on Razan, be it trash resetting and healing itself back to full or Razan resetting, usually tend to come from that middle pull being with the group. I'm not exactly sure what it is doing, but it looks like teams are actively trying to avoid that pack nowadays just to make that Razan pull go that much more cleanly. And going back to the thing I was talking about right before this dungeon started, I wonder if there actually is any truth to what Yips was talking about yesterday, where they just wanted to try to play it safe in this dungeon. They didn't have an insane strat, and they were kind of just hoping for the other team to make more mistakes. Against Perplexed, that's not really going to work. This team is very consistent when they're on, and they've been on this entire weekend, putting together the fastest Ataldazar we've seen of the entire weekend at 9 minutes and 10 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, that's probably the fastest we've seen between both of the two groups. A very impressive run from them, and, probably our best potential to see a sub-9 run if they're able to turn the Jets on even a little more here. Very impressive showing for Perplexed and, securing themselves top 2 for the weekend.
They absolutely swooped in so that they could claim that, which means that they are going to be one of the final hurdles or, possible final victors here for our Group B champions. Amazing runs from them. And yeah, I'd love to see them crack that sub-9 that we've been hoping for as we keep watching the Ataldazar timer get lower and lower over the course of both weekends. But of course, Bald Bandits will be going down to that lower bracket as well. And as we were saying, all 4 of these teams that are competing today have secured a place in the grand finals. But of course, only one of them can be the Group B champion. Now, with Bald Bandits down in that lower finals, and as we look ahead to Mandatory and Eclipse facing off, I have some thoughts, but Tettles, how about you? What do you think? Is Bald Bandits, are they going to stand a chance against Mandatory or Eclipse?
I think that Bald Bandits have looked like the second best team so far this weekend. I do think that Eclipse and Mandatory have a lot of upside potential, though. I think that counting out any of the top 4 of these teams would be foolish. These are all teams that are very well qualified. Obviously, from the eye test, though, I think the Bald Bandits have looked a little bit better than them. That's why they were in the upper finals, and those teams are in the lower bracket. Yeah.
We would assume, right? I mean, of course, things can go wrong. You might have just a couple whiffed runs. You might have some things where stuff snowballed and you get sent down, right? We've seen some real top contenders down in the lower bracket. So it's not to say that anybody down there is any less of a competitor. But you're right, Bald Bandits, for coming in here and, pulling together this new team to debut here with the MDI. It's amazing to see how they're putting their skills to such good use and really, showing that they deserve to be here. They earned that top 4 spot for a reason, and they can give any of these established teams a run for their money. It's been so cool to see. I mean, Dratnos, we obviously will be moving on to the lower bracket coming up next, but do you have any thoughts on, how things are looking right now for these teams as we look ahead to crowning our champion?
Yeah, I would say from the games we've seen so far, Perplexed have looked like our best team, but I think I agree that Bald Bandits may have looked better on average than Mandatory. They've certainly had fewer big disaster runs. I do think Mandatory have had better highs.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we also have Eclipse in our bracket, too, who have looked great in some of their games as well. So, it's really hard to say. One big advantage that Bald Bandits are going to have is that whether it's Mandatory or Eclipse that win the next game, Bald Bandits have the next hour to prep for the series against either of those teams. Whereas whichever team is between Mandatory and Eclipse that wins that game, they're going to have to be playing, if they want to win this weekend, 3 series in a row. That's really demanding, not just in terms of fatigue, but in terms of just prep. You don't have as much time between these series to look at the next one, maybe run the first map in the series again, get it fresh in your head, get warmed up on it. So it's going to be really exciting to see. It means that Mandatory, if they want to win this weekend, like many of you predicted they would, they're going to have to really try their best to... of course, try their best, but it's going to be really tough for them to put that all together given the lower bracket position that they find themselves in.
I think they need to ban Black or Cold, too. I don't think they want to play versus Eclipse and Black or Cold. I think Eclipse had the most experience in Blackrook, and they've had the best times in Blackrook this weekend.
The interesting thing about that is I saw some stats posted for the past 2 weekends. That would be the first Black or Cold ban we've had for both Group A and Group B if we were to actually see it go through.
Well, that's because typically whenever teams are banning maps, they ban maps that they don't want to play, as opposed to banning against your opponent. I'm advocating for them banning against their opponent in this specific instance because I think that Eclipse has an auto lock on the Blackrook, and so they would love to go there.
It would make sense, right? You get to this point in the competition and you're not just playing to your strengths, you're also playing against the other teams, and how you kind of play that bigger game, what you think will shut them down, what they excel at, what you've seen from them becomes a huge part of your strategies, just as much as any tech that you're sort of showing off, right? But we have some tech here to show off a little bit. We've got our movement map guesser game that we've been doing. Of course, we'll see what happens here, whether or not this Blackrook hold it's got to be Razan, right? Come on, guys. But we'll do it anyway. We'll try. Whatever happens in Blackrook hold, let's see what's going to happen here on the screen. We've been doing these map guesser segments, and as you can see, this is footage of one of our MDI runs, and we have to guess which boss it is.
I don't think it can be either of the thrones, right?
Don't let them fool you. Just because Razan isn't a shown option doesn't mean it's not something that they could just bring in if they wanted to.
I feel like this one just has to be manifested time-ways. Like,
I think it's manifested.
There's just so much movement involved here. You don't move this much on Ozumat, right? On Ozumat, you just blast the boss and you do little controlled moves. On Kurtala's Ravencrest, I guess you're moving because you've got a bunch of Lancers in on the pull, so that might be what's going on here. I guess I wouldn't want to eliminate that one just yet. And given the way they're kind of grouped up, but then look at the way they're moving. Oh yeah, it's got to be Kurtala's Ravencrest. That must have just been an intermission.
Oh yeah, they're just dodging.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I've changed my mind. It's Kurtala's Ravencrest. Yeah. Because
another reason
and it can't be Lady Nazjar, right? Because you would never move this.
You could go even further. Guess which team it is, but based on the fact that they actually have to do the intermission too, right?
That's
because
true.
we've only seen one team have to do the intermission this weekend.
Part of the reason too that it can't be Ozumat or Lady Nazjar is everybody who's played Throne of the Tides has had a Mistweaver monk.
That's true. You're right. True. Yeah. Good point. Good point.
So you can never have Throne of the Tides.
I really, really thought that maybe there was some chance it was Razan again. I've been hurt too many times before. It didn't look anything like the other runs, but in my heart I was still like, but maybe though. Maybe. It turns out it wasn't. Thank you. There's the spin. Thank you so much. But a huge thank you as well to Warcraft Logs for powering these segments. Level up your gameplay by visiting archon.gg/wow. Find those popular builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, right? We've seen even some new players in the chat over the course of the weekends asking, how do I learn more about Mythic Plus? How do I get into endgame? Warcraft Logs is a great tool, so absolutely check it out. And if you're curious to see more movement maps, head on over to @WarcraftYaks, who inspired this segment. Now, we have a big match coming up next, Mandatory and Eclipse. These are two huge powerhouses of teams that are facing off in the lower bracket. And even though we won't be seeing any teams eliminated today, of course, we can only have a single champion crowned amongst them. So sit tight, stay tuned. Mandatory and Eclipse coming up next. Who will be continuing on into the lower finals to face off against Bald Bandits? We'll just have to see. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Today is our third day of the Group B weekend, and we are deciding a champion from the top 4 teams, which will be moving on to the grand finals in 2 weeks. Even though it's not the big culmination of the end, it's still a really exciting day, as one of these teams will be our victor and go into the grand finals feeling more powerful than ever, theoretically. We've had Nagura join us here on the desk, and I mean, already it's been kind of a banger of a day. I mean, we got to see some really close matches at the start with Bald Bandits going up against Perplexed. Nagura, did you get to catch any of that? What were your thoughts as we kind of went through it?
Yeah, I watched that first Warcraft Manor, and that was so incredibly close. It was just awesome to watch, and maybe we see the same thing again between Mandatory and Eclipse too, because both of these teams are just really good. And again, Mandatory struggled a little bit on the first day, but yesterday they played incredible, so I do think that anything can happen in this match.
Anything can absolutely happen. I mean, both of these teams, really big powerhouses. But as we were talking about before the break, Throne of Tides. Now, from those stats that we've mentioned, actually, Throne of Tides has been banned over the course of both weekends 11 times and only played twice. And this is the first one we're going to be seeing this weekend. This is a difficult dungeon. I mean, Dratnos, what do you think this is going to put on the line for these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, the reason that we've seen this banned so aggressively, I think, is that it is just so prep intensive to do a 24 fortified bolstering anything. Not to mention Throne of the Tides, where you have a lot of really nasty bolstering pulls because, you know, in a live key setting, you can just fight those big Ravagers by themselves. In an MDI, like, that's so slow, but are you going to be able to fight them with bolstering and, you know, put 10 bolstering stacks on it and live the acid barrages? That sounds very difficult. So you've got a very tough problem to solve. You can't really take any guidance from what we saw in Throne of the Tides the last weekend because they didn't have bolstering active. So you've really got to solve this problem. And an easier answer is just banning Throne of the Tides and staying in the upper bracket, and then both of these teams got sent to the lower bracket, and now they have to have been ready for it. So we'll see just how much prep they were able to do for this dungeon, because it is a very, very difficult one.
It's a tough one, and this will be game 1, Throne of Tides, Mandatory versus Eclipse. A lot up against these teams, but Nagura, let's see how they handle it.
Yeah, one thing I'm also curious about is what comp they're playing, right? We haven't seen this dungeon yet this weekend.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're going to be playing that Mistweaver. That is something we saw before, right, Tedals?
Yeah, Mistweaver is really popular in this key. I think a lot of it comes down to the Crushing Depth casts from the sentries and like the swell casts from the elemental mobs. So yeah, you're seeing Mistweaver Monk on both sides here. I guess I'm a bit surprised that we're not seeing Sub Rogue, but it's not the most shocking thing to see a Shadow Priest in a bolstering key.
Yeah, definitely it's not. We can see both teams actually gathering a huge pull all the way up to this Ravager, which can be pretty dangerous considering that it is bolstering, right? So they really need to single target that Ravager or cleave off of the Ravager, making sure none of the bolstering stacks are going out while that barrage is happening at the same time. Otherwise, people are going to get one-shot. You can see the bleeds on everybody as well from the fixates, from these dragons already ramping up the damage onto the group. But the trash pull is dying so quickly with all of those cooldowns being popped.
Oh my god,
Bloodlust
Kira.
as well as Kira. Actually, Arxis
Kira's
does
last
go down
resort?
to an acid barrage. Look at all of these bolstering stacks. And yeah, double cheat death proc for Kira.
It's pretty uncommon to see Venge Demon Hunter tanks and MDI playing double cheat, but Kira knows that he needs it because these mobs are going to just annihilate him. As that pack does go down for Eclipse, they have 1 death, and they're probably somewhere in the order of 10 seconds behind Mandatory, just because Mandatory had a bit of a cleaner finish. Wait, are they group invising?
Yeah, it looked like... Yeah, they are group invising this whole trash area here. I think
So-
I like it because of the Sentinels.
The entire
I think they're just
hallway.
doing it for the pool.
I don't know. I'm interested in seeing. So they're gonna have to pull this trash whenever they come back out, right, of this hallway, because this is the head gauntlet with the lightning eels, the electric eels that you have to go through. So I think they have to pull this trash eventually.
Maybe it's because they want to recover their cooldowns.
Okay.
The Sentinels are also very dangerous mobs. Once you bolster them up, they are incredibly difficult to deal with and very hard to avoid their damage. Now, they do have another Ravager here on this So Eclipse doing something very similar on their side as well, as they're trying not to bolster this Ravager, or you can still line of sight the barrage, right? So you can see them all walk to the right side here when the barrage is coming out, or that frontal cone. They are all walking behind this pillar, making sure they're not taking that damage, because of course, once the bolster stacks are on the Ravager, anyone probably gets one-shot by this cast. That's why they don't worry about it too much and just all walk behind.
I think this mob is definitely, I would argue, more dangerous on pull whenever you're getting hit, or once it has like 1 or 2 stacks. If you don't have like a large defensive press, to become problematic. Mandatory finishing off that Ravager a few seconds ahead of Eclipse. Eclipse, I think, caught up a lot in time, Nagura.
Yeah.
Ooh, Mass Poly.
Well.
What are they doing? Eclipse is doing some weird stuff. They left the Hounds in a Mass Polymorph after Ring of Frosting them, so I think that the Snapdragons are going to come in pretty late.
Mandatory did the same thing, so they both also, like, they gated past as well. You can see the Shadow Priest gated past, and some more players with Sooth on them as well. But now both of them engaging Lady Nashatar with some of the trash that is really dangerous as well to deal with. So the combination of spells here from the trash, plus the boss, can be pretty deadly if you don't interrupt everything from this trash. And they have to be very careful with bolstering as well to not get too many stacks off. Water bolts being stunned. Nice AoE stun coming in by Skylark here for Mandatory as well. Some more water bolts, but it's looking pretty clean for Mandatory at least.
Eclipse has a big Sentinel. I am very worried. This Crushing Depths cast is going... Okay, Kira is getting clocked by this Sentry as well. You see Darkness is coming out also. Whenever this next Crushing Depths goes off, okay, we're going to be fine, I think. We got it killed off in time. That was a bit sketch, though. Holy...
Yeah, that was a bit sketch, but look at the boss percentage as well. Eclipse actually not too far behind in comparison to Mandatory, even though they killed this extra Sentinel off. So they are now 3% enemy forces ahead, while not actually costing them too much damage on the boss. So very well done by Eclipse here.
Now both teams have these Snapdragons that have come into the fray a little bit late. The reason that they were mass polying them is they didn't want to get them bolstered up with the pack. Or they didn't want to add additional bolsters onto that Sentry either, so they elected to mass poly them, pulled them in late. And Lady Nashar, for both Eclipse and Mandatory, phasing at virtually identical paces.
Yeah, and now they are even on those enemy forces because of that extra trash that Mandatory had coming in as well. And yeah, look at that, 25%, 27% for them both. And after this phase, they're definitely going to be able to finish off the boss.
This is a weird thing to talk about, but I don't think Eclipse is doing a good enough job of baiting those honor guards. They need to have all of their ranged DPS in melee to make sure that the Ignite, all of the passive damage, the Rain of Fires and whatnot, are able to cleave the Witch Doctors and that honor guard. Mandatory probably saved 5 to 10 seconds just by having better baits.
Yeah, I do think so as well. As Mandatory is now done with the boss, they're going to be moving on. Gonna have to deal with some of this trash that we talked about earlier that they skipped, unless they have another plan to skip it again. We'll see what they're doing as the gateway is still up from previously. They do, of course... Alright, looks like...
Oh, he transcendences out!
Nice!
Oh!
Alright, very cool tech here. So we do see some Sentinels just being pulled with Commander Ulthok here. Again, very efficient enemy force count just being pulled into bosses, right? Of course, this is incredibly difficult to handle, but with bolstering, honestly doing big trash pulls with bolstering with completely uneven health percentages or health pools for these mob packs, I think it makes a lot of sense to just add some extra difficulty to the boss, because of course bosses do not get bolstered anymore. Therefore, yes, it's hard, but it's probably easier than pulling the Sentinels with a bunch of other trash and then just bolstering them up, right?
Personally, I'm very concerned about the Shockwave Stomp plus Dot if you also have that Crushing Depths Heal Absorb on you. I feel like that's a really easy way for these players to die, but if you have like a massive defensive press, say you have Ice Cold on you, your mage, your Mistweaver Monk should be able to top you. So Arxie's on the side of Eclipse right there. You see that he has that Healing Absorb. He presses that Ice Cold. He's able to get topped up by AJ, even with that Festering Shockwave Dot on him.
And look at the boss's HP for Eclipse. So even though Eclipse was quite a bit slower on the previous boss, they caught up on boss HP so much. I'm not sure if it was a difference in cooldown allocations. You see Maestein just using Infernal a little bit later, maybe, in comparison to Krona. But yeah, they caught up quite a lot on boss percent here.
I think it's a count difference. I think that Eclipse
Maybe
is going
the
to be a little.
Sentinels, yeah.
Yeah, I think Eclipse is going to be a little bit behind in count after they get this boss killed off relative to where Mandatory is going to be. So I think that that's part of it. Because Mandatory has actually played all the trash that's in this boss room, and I think Eclipse has a 3-pack still left to finish off.
Yeah, that does make sense. All right, Eclipse now downing the boss. They're going to be moving on. And we'll see what they do to catch up to that enemy forces that they're missing in comparison to Mandatory, as we do see the gate coming through.
I just look over. For some reason, I still have chat open. Somebody types in chat, "Bring back bolstering bosses."
Please no.
Dude, they're skipping this trash with Mind Sooth? What is going on?
Interesting. All right. Huh.
Least efficient
It's
bolstering
very-
mobs,
the-
I guess?
The most interesting thing to me is that somehow both of these teams came up with a very similar strategy, even
Yeah.
though, of course, all of the practice in this dungeon has been hidden by all of these teams, and we haven't seen Throne at all this weekend. Now, we've seen it last weekend from Group A, but I don't think we saw something like this last weekend. Of course, we also didn't have bolstering last weekend either, so very interesting that both the Mandatory and Eclipse came up with a pretty similar strategy.
So now Eclipse here taking all these Guild Goblin, Aqua Mages, and Hunters into this Sentry. These mobs are very dangerous, especially when bolstered. On top of that, you have the Unstable Corruptions as well. Whenever they die, they put a increased shadow damage taken debuff on you. It is a disease that can be dispelled, but it's not something that's easily dispelled by every member of this party. And that swell going off with the bolstering stacks and the Unstable Corruption debuff, it was a bit scary. Now we're having another one going off for Eclipse here as everybody is dropping super low. AJ able to get them topped up. On the left-hand side of the screen, Mandatory is instead electing to go to that Shaman boss. And they're playing a completely different route than what we're seeing from Eclipse here.
Yeah, of course they do, because I just said how similar their route is, and then they do something completely different. Of course they have to. As you said, they are pulling those Watchers together. Watchers, again, can be incredibly difficult too. If you bolster them out, Skylark drops incredibly low, using that Leon Hands potion, basically, to heal himself back up. And now Eclipse doing the last double sentry pull with an AoE fear, actually, on these casters, making sure they don't have to deal with those.
I have a suspicion that they're going to finish off these double sentries and then take those Hunters and Aqua Mages into the boss. So the prerequisite to open this gate, as I said that, I'm just making stuff up apparently. The prerequisite of opening this gate, though, is having the sentries killed off. It's not necessarily killing off all the trash here, but you have to kill off all the sentries to open up the gate to Azamat.
Yeah, so what they did here was, because the sentries have a lot more HP than the Aqua Mages and the Hunters here, so what they did was go do the sentry, or get the sentries low to a point where they have the same health pool left than the mages, and then they pulled it all together, make sure they can AoE it all down without bolstering the sentries too much, and they executed it really well on Eclipse's side.
Exactly. For Mandatory, they've already started off the third boss of this dungeon, the Shaman boss, Ernuak Stone Speaker. And so they're actually going to have to pull all these minions that are in the back into this boss as well. And you're seeing that they're slowly peppering in these mobs. The Psionic Pulse, whenever it does AoE damage, just Mandatory is taking a lot of damage from any of those minion casts that are going off. And Stove drops incredibly low. Something that Mandatory is also doing that's interesting is they're electing to not kill any of the totems. On a 24 fortified, Vengeance Demon Hunter basically never needs you to kill any of the totems. They're just going to full tank the boss. And so instead they took the boss far away from the totem and they were like, it's fine. Wait, what is AJ doing outside of Eclipse?
AJ.
What is he doing?
Wow,
is he going to pull
this
trash?
is very cool. This is
very insane.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay, so he transcendenced out of the room and he's grabbing pretty much every trash mob he reasonably can.
Shadow
he melts
melding.
it off.
He's shadow melding.
He's going to go back into the boss room. He's going to go back to the boss room once they get the Azumat buff.
Yes. That is exactly what they're doing. This is so smart. Alright, so keep in mind that the rest of the group does not have a healer right now, so they have to survive without AJ being there. Now Ring coming out, he's pulling the Watchers, and he's going to transcend back, and then all of these ads are going to snap to the rest of the group if he manages to survive. If he gets any kind of melee hits from these mobs, he's probably going to die if he doesn't have any cooldowns left. Okay, Cocoon coming out, but AJ does go down!
That's
this strategy
so bad.
does not work out for them. This is a huge problem for Eclipse.
I think he has to line that first Crushing Depths cast that pulled him.
I think so too.
That Crushing Tentacles, not Crushing Depths. The Crushing Tentacles cast that gripped him. I think he has to be lining that to make the strategy effective. But if they pulled this off, Eclipse would have been in a commanding position. But instead, they're gonna have to finish off Ozymat not only without the healer, but they're not going to be getting that count that they needed. They were going to be able to basically get all of that count for free, pull it into the boss. And with that damage buff, they were going to be able to just like nuke off all of the trash that Mandatory took such a long time to kill. But now I think Mandatory is going to win, Nagura.
I think so as well. So even though the idea that Eclipse has here is incredible, it's such a smart play, making sure they get this extra damage buff and use it to kill off some trash as well. But of course, this is a very risky strategy. You have your healer pull all of these, watches all of this trash, somehow has to survive, and does not manage to get the Transcend through before that grip. And of course, there's no way to recover that. You cannot rest AJ there at all. So now, it's not that they're wiping. They of course still are finishing off the boss here. But all of this time they're supposed to save, they did not save. So obviously Mandatory now in the lead as they're using their second Bloodlust for this sentry pull on their side. They're up to 90% enemy forces and they only have that last boss left on their side too. Look at the damage coming in for Mandatory though, as some of these sentries are bolstered up a little bit. And now they're all casting that swell simultaneously.
I mean, Mandatory here just needs to make sure they don't wipe. I think that what Eclipse did, if Eclipse went for the home run. Unfortunately, AJ dying there, I think, is going to cost them a significant amount of time now as they have to fight off this trash packs one by one. For Mandatory, they have 100% enemy forces. They didn't die to the sentries. They basically are just going to be doing Ozymat vanilla. There's nothing. There's no added spice to this boss, and so with this being the case, I think that Mandatory is going to be able to take this map 1-0. But this kind of leaves you questioning, like, what if? What if AJ was able to pull that trash pack into the boss? What could have been with this run? And Throw the Tides has just gotten, I think, a lot more interesting for a lot of our competitors.
Yeah, now, one thing to note, though, is that it is Sunday, right? So it's, like, the other teams don't really have time to, like, try this strategy, I would say. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think any other team can maybe adapt to this?
So I know that other teams knew about this. I don't know how widespread it was with MDI teams or what they thought they could/couldn't do with the trash. I know that on like high-level fortifieds, what happened to AJ is actually pretty common. But again, it's one of those things that I don't know how practice went with the strategy.
All right, very interesting. I would love to see this strategy pulled off once. Now, unfortunately, I have a feeling that we're not going to see Throne anymore, as Eclipse actually has a full wipe on their side to some of this trash. Unfortunately, I mean, their strat just didn't work out.
I mean, they were desperately chain pulling, right? They weren't. That's clearly not what they intended to do. They were desperately trying to get those mobs grouped up, and then Seers got bolstered up and killed people with the mind play.
Yeah, Mandatory about to finish off Ink of Ozymat here as they're going to be gaining that buff and then they're going to be done with this dungeon in no time. So it very likely is Mandatory that is going to be winning this throne as Eclipse does have another full wipe. But yeah, I mean, I like this strategy from Eclipse if they would have managed to pull this like super sick trick off there at the very end. But doesn't matter if... it doesn't matter how cool your strategy is.
Okay.
If you cannot pull it off in the actual tournament, then it doesn't matter. Yeah,
a trade
Mandatory
offer.
winning off, winning that dungeon. Mandatory going 1-0 here.
What if we run it back? What if we force the teams to run it back so we can see what it looks like whenever it's clean? Because I want to see it.
I'm for it. I mean, we don't have a say, but if there's a petition, I'm signing it. I'm signing this petition.
Agreed. I mean, look, we don't want to...
Can we do like a caster vote?
Yeah, I agree with you both. I would love to see it. You know, I would hate to take this victory away from Mandatory, who did earn it. I mean, they came into this dungeon, one that, as we've talked about, is a really tricky one. And of course, they really played well. But Eclipse's strat, I want to see it work too. I'm kind of sad we didn't get to, but maybe next time if there is one. Otherwise, we got to see a lot of really interesting tech and differences in routes in this one. And I'm curious, Dratnos, do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, mostly the story here is the Mistweaver and what you can see with the Transcend, what it lets you set up, where, especially in these dungeons where there's so much backtracking, you get to leave behind a Transcendence that then you can go and use and pull a bunch of trash onto bosses, which is extremely powerful, right? Being able to do that. You talent into Escape from Reality, I believe it is, that lets you press it again after you press it, and you can transcend back in. And you could just be fighting all this trash with all these bosses that means that you can, like, you skip them the first time, and then you fight them with the boss. And with bolstering the way it is, this strat is so powerful with, just with bolstering, right? Because you don't get bosses bolstered. Then, of course, there's the big strategy of doing it when you have the damage amp on Azumat, the second phase. Like, that is hugely powerful if that works, right? We're talking about the same idea, all those benefits that's worth doing on its own, plus you then get to be fighting trash while you have a massive damage amp. I mean, that is incredibly powerful if it is consistent. Unfortunately, here we saw it attempted and then failed, so that's something you gotta look out for, right? That's a strat that the degree of consistency maybe means it's something that I don't know if you can make it more consistent by just practicing it over and over again, or I don't know if you're just accepting the risk that you're gonna die to the first auto. I don't know what the strat is there. I haven't got enough information about exactly how consistent you can get that thing, but Tettles, you were saying that's something that keys get bricked to on live all the time as well.
Well, it's not that they get bricked to on live. I've heard that MDI teams were like really struggling to like pull off, and I think that it comes down to like getting meleeed. Like you saw him playing Blackhawk statue to pull that Watcher away, and I think that once he got gripped back by that first Grasping Tentacles cast, I think he was in a lot of trouble, but we didn't recognize it at the time. And then once he got gripped back the second time, I think that was pretty much over. I think that what you need to do is probably line the first Tentacles cast, is what I kind of expect to have to happen. But it was very close. I think that AJ was getting incredibly close to being able to press his Transcendence and get back into the Azumat room with the trash.
That was a huge strat from them. I mean, something that, as far as I know, we haven't really seen. Of course, we haven't seen much of Tides, right? As we were talking about, this is one that many of the teams have banned out of the dungeon pool. But to see what you can do in it, even when there is a big challenge ahead of you, is so exciting. And I'm glad we got to see them play this. Even if Mandatory took it and that tech didn't quite pan out for Eclipse, still a really fierce first run for both of these teams. Now, of course, up next for them, we'll have Blackrook, which did not get banned out, as you were kind of theorizing they should have gone for Tettles. But I mean, is it something where maybe the teams just feel confident enough that they can both deliver in this?
I mean, it's an easy to practice key. It's more just like teams very rarely ban versus their opponents, and instead they ban kind of like whatever they think their weakest dungeon is personally, or they ban the dungeon that they don't have the most practice on, and infrequently is it like, oh yeah, Eclipse has a good Blackrook, we should ban that instead.
I gotcha. I mean, seeing what they tried to pull off with Tides, is it likely that they go for any other big strats with Blackrook, trying to see if they can do that? Do they play it a little bit more safe this time around? What do you think they're sort of theorizing, Nagura?
Well, we actually saw Eclipse in Blackrook Hold already, and they have the fastest time of this weekend with a 10 minute and 52 clear. So technically speaking, Eclipse have the upper hand here. Mandatory, on the other hand, we have not seen in Blackrook Hold at all, which is very interesting because we've seen Blackrook Hold so much this weekend, but Mandatory didn't play it a single time. So Mandatory has all of the information from all of the other teams. They know exactly what the other teams are doing, and they know what Eclipse is doing to get that 10 minute 52 clear. Now the question is just, can Mandatory beat that time? Can they execute the strategy as well as Eclipse can? Or do they hope for Eclipse to make some sort of mistake?
As weird as it sounds, I think there's likely a cap on Blackrook Hold for this weekend, though, because you need that second lust to beat the Dreadlord Guile cast, and so you need like basically your full lust to cover that, and the second lust comes up at the 10-minute mark. So like I think that, you know, the 10:52, it is the fastest time of the weekend. How much lower can it realistically go? Maybe only 10 seconds is kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, if even. I mean, that Eclipse run, that 10:52, just seemed so incredibly clean. So I do wonder if there's any more time that they can save.
They're going to have to try
unless Mandatory has some crazy strategy, like we've seen Eclipse try something crazy just now. So maybe Mandatory has like some secret strats that they can show off here.
Yeah, they might have something in the bag. They might have something they're sitting on and waiting to bust out for this. Either way, hopefully Mandatory is able to keep up with Eclipse's pace, even in this one that they've done so well at. This is Game 2, Blackrook Hold, Mandatory versus Eclipse. Tettles, take us into it.
I think comp versus mandatory is going to be pretty interesting. We've seen a couple of teams try to 4 DPS this key, but it seems like the top 4 seeded teams across the entire weekend have been electing to go with that 3 DPS healer option. It just gives you a lot of safety for the archer pulls and allows you to like a larger chain. There was also something that we saw yesterday, Nagura. I don't know if you noticed it, but there was a team that pulled all of the scavengers into the second boss, but that requires an Aug Evoker, which doesn't sound particularly great. So I don't know what to think.
They pulled it back?
Yeah, they back-pulled it into the second boss.
Still? Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I did not see that, unfortunately.
Yeah,
sounds like a cool strategy, though.
They jumped over the gate as well, and were able to then back-pull it.
Really cool. All right.
Yeah, pretty standard comps, I think. So I think it's unlikely that we're seeing any reinventing of the wheel in terms of compositional strats, but in regards to what's pulled, we could actually see a lot of diversity between these two teams.
Yeah, one of the biggest difficulties in this dungeon here lies in the first pull, where they pull all of the strat on top of the first boss. It is something we keep talking about, but it is just so dangerous. Amalgam now engaged for both teams basically at the same time. One interesting thing is that Eclipse is holding Bloodlust for a little while here. I'm not sure if they changed their... Oh, there it is. There's the Bloodlust for Eclipse. I wonder if that's gonna come back to bite them later on when we look at the dungeon timer being so short. Well, Mandatory did press it basically immediately.
So Eclipse pressed it at, what was that, the 30-second mark?
Yeah, and their fastest run is 10:52. So that is actually...
That means that their cap on this key is probably like 11:15, 11:10.
Yeah, but they had a 10:52 clear before.
Yeah, well, I mean, right for this run, right? I think it's going to be hard
yeah.
for them to actually kill before the Dreadlord's guy without like an actually large portion of that lust.
Yeah, I wonder if they... did they literally forget? They must have, right?
It's one of those things that like 5 seconds of holding the lust normally doesn't matter, or forgetting for 5 seconds doesn't normally matter, but in this instance, it's like a pretty big deal.
Matters a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
They did finish off the boss quite a lot earlier, though, in comparison to Mandatory, which means they're going to be saving a lot of time here already from the get-go. The mini-boss also being a lot lower for Eclipse, so the execution on this first pull, a lot better. Maybe it has to do with holding that Bloodlust for a little bit. Maybe it's going to be worth it. So, as long as they get the Bloodlust onto the... As long as they get the one phase at the end, even if they waste some time of the Bloodlust, it doesn't matter, right? They literally only need to get the couple of seconds of the Bloodlust that they require to skip that intermission phase.
Exactly.
So if this delaying of the last allows them to do this first pull quicker, and the only thing that happens is that they waste a little bit of last time before they get the buff on the last boss, then it actually doesn't matter. But yeah, there we go. Both teams now heading into the next area where, again, we've seen some teams struggle because there's just so much going on these pulls, especially with the Raging Affix.
I think archer shots are the most dangerous thing here as well versus all the clothies. I mean, we kind of harp on it every single time we see this dungeon. The teams really would like to chain pull all of this trash over and over again. But the reason that they pull it in live key style segments is they wait until the archers die. So you can see that right now the archers on the right side for Eclipse have died, and then once they do go down, then they start chain pulling. They're not really waiting for the champions or any of the other mobs to die. It's 100% just on those archers because they know if they get selected with like 2 or 3 archer shots at once, they can get evaporated.
Yeah, definitely. You can see them chain pull here on both sides.
Good line.
Looks like Eclipse quite a bit faster here with their chaining, as they also reached this point a little bit earlier, of course, because they dealt with the first boss faster. And a lot of focus target damage going on to these champions, which is not actually... It's interesting, right? Because these champions are the least dangerous mobs of these trash packs, but they have the most HP.
Exactly.
So focusing them makes a lot of sense because they want that mini-boss trash pack to spawn earlier.
Exactly. And so now here, it's just 2 archers left remaining, which in normal groups, you focus those down, right? But in the MDI groups, they were looking to try to optimize for speed. And now they have the commander spawning on the side of Eclipse. And the commander, similar to what Nagura was saying with the champions there, that's going to be the big mob to focus down. Making sure that you get that guy killed off immediately is the most important thing because he has about 2 times the amount of HP of the other mobs.
Yeah, that mob is not dangerous at all. It's kind of basically just a big champion. It does nothing other than a frontal.
I don't think it does
but
anything,
has,
actually.
it's just there, but it has so much HP, so they do have to focus it, like we mentioned. Interesting. So Krona is holding his Infernal here, while Mason actually just used it for his trash bag. Cauterize being proc for Arxis did manage to survive, though.
I was about to say, it looks like Mandatory's catching up, but that's actually a good shout on the Infernal usage. I think that's like a big thing. And one of the largest reasons that Eclipse was actually able to beat Perplexed yesterday was Krona's Infernal usage down the line really helped them one phase the boss whenever Perplexed it didn't even look like it was going to be close for them.
Yeah, we'll see what Krona... I think Krona uses Infernal here on Ilisana and then using it on Smash Spite, not actually using it for that big trash pull on the Scavengers. We'll see what Mandatory is doing on their side, and we'll see when Krona is actually using that Infernal as well. Yeah, it has already been used 10 seconds ago, but Krona is still sitting on that Infernal for now. Looking at the boss HP, of course, Mandatory engaging the boss a little bit earlier, and they're also approximately 10% ahead. Both of them dealing with the Archer pack and the Champions, of course, but no problem for them, as they're making sure to focus one of the Archers down a little bit earlier, so the Soothe from the Druid can get rid of that raging effect.
He's saving it. Look at this. He's saving it all the way through.
Huh. I thought I remembered him using it on this boss and then using it again on Smash Spite, but maybe he's actually holding it for the Scavenger.
Is Mace going to have his up?
No, I don't think so. Mace, maybe Krona is now using it for the Scavenger pool and Mason is using it for Smash Spite? Interesting. We're gonna keep an eye on the cooldowns here, because this is one of the major differences between those two teams so far.
Just for like viewers, normally the advice that you normally give to like new players is like use your cooldowns on CD, and if you've overused them, kind of look back later and determine like where you could get more optimal presses, because typically more presses is better than like the perfect press, and so you just rather would rip it on CD and kind of figure it out later. But I think that there might be something where this pack just gets significantly faster once you have the Infernal for Eclipse, where holding it for 2.5 minutes is actually an advantage. It's surprising that it is an advantage, though.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens here, as Eclipse did now... there we go. Okay, so the Infernal is being deployed by Krona here on Eclipse's side. So let's see if they can catch up to Mandatory with that difference in Infernal usage. Macy not having Infernal for this pull available, sitting on a 7-second cooldown. He's not going to be using it on this pull. And I'm not sure if Eclipse can catch up. Like, I'm not sure if this extra damage is actually making up the difference here.
Well, looks good on the meter.
It does indeed look good on the meter.
I mean, if we're looking at the damage meter, I mean, Krona is clearly winning. But the pack died really fast. But then there's an issue of, like, if Krona ever has to hold his Infernal for 30 seconds again, he lost one over the course of the entire key, which is typically pretty bad.
Mason's holding it for quite some time here too, right? So Mason did have it ready at the end of the pool, but didn't want to use it, of course, as the mobs were on 20-30% HP. So Mason's going to be holding it all the way up until Smash Spite here, and then he's going to use it again at the very end of the dungeon. So Mason only going to get 2 more, and Krona presumably only getting 1 more, though.
Krona, what you actually saw on the right side for Eclipse there, Krona is the only person who mashes his Invis Potion, and then he drops a Warlock Gate to allow the rest of his party to gate up to Smash Bite, and both Mandatory and Eclipse are pulling Smash Bite within 5 seconds of one another, and this is going to be a very close finish, Nagura.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly close between those two teams. Looks like Mason is even holding his Infernal here too, saving it for the end of the dungeon?
Yeah, it makes sense. You need to save it for that burn, right?
It does make sense. I was just thinking that if he uses this here at the start, then he might have it ready again.
It depends exactly what.
Also on a 3-minute CD, so I was thinking.
It depends exactly what Lust is. I mean, we don't have time, right? That could be like 220 on Lust or something like that, right? Yeah. And it could just be showing as 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Mason would have used it if he would have gotten ready, if he knows that he gets it ready again at the end. So such a major cooldown is not something that he's just going to forget about. So he certainly knows that he has to hold on to it here. So just some differences here in cooldown usage between those two teams. But Mandatory about to finish up this boss here. And they're in the lead. I mean, they're just in the lead for a couple of seconds because both of these teams have perfect runs so far. 0 deaths on both sides. And the strategy that both of them are running, they executed it perfectly so far.
Now there's a question: did that lust matter, Nagura?
Yeah.
Do you remember we talked about that about 9 minutes ago? At this point, did that delaying of the lust for Eclipse really matter? Like, is this going to come back to bite them? Who's going to beat the Dreadlord's Guile cast? Mandatory should have a bit of an advantage because they're going to have their lust coming up. What, 10 seconds? I think faster. It's not that much faster, but it with this
15,
run,
yeah.
the 10 seconds is like huge.
Yeah.
Oh,
boss
Yargi's
already-
dead.
Oh no, this is
Ooh.
actually a huge problem for
Ooh.
Eclipse. We do see a battle rush come out from AJ here. They have to make sure they interrupt all of these Lancer casts to make sure that Yargi can get back to the group. The boss was engaged, but it reset. Right, so Eclipse had the boss reset. They already had engaged it. They walked back to use the battle rush, and now the boss is reset and they have to wait for the spawn time. This means all eyes on Mandatory, and they already won the first game. So this is a deciding game. This is, of course, the lower bracket, meaning that, yeah, if Mandatory does not make any huge mistake here, which they can, because now all of these Lancers and Swordsmen are raging and phase 2 is starting. But yeah, Mandatory definitely in the lead now. All eyes on them.
I think that for Mandatory as well, it doesn't even matter if they necessarily miss this Guile push, this Dreadlord's Guile push.
Yeah.
I think that they can afford to and still win because that massive mistake for Eclipse. As Mandatory has popped their Bloodlust, the Infernal's coming out. You see the Void Eruption, the Combustion, all offensive CDs are being pressed, and Heart of the Wild, Convoke, we're trying to beat Dantalion Axe's Dreadlord's Guile cast. The cast comes out typically about 25 to 30 seconds after that Shadow Bolt volley finishes. And so this is going to be an incredibly tight push for Mandatory. The boss is at 10%, and that Guile cast is going to resolve, and the boss is at 1%, and Mandatory actually kills it as the boss is phasing. Holy.
So impressive there. I mean, that quick definitive burn, even though the clock is still going here. I mean, Mandatory not only, another death over on Eclipse. You hate to see it when Eclipse had such a good hold on this dungeon previously, but this victory is well earned to Mandatory, who are going to be taking their place, moving up and continuing on here 2-0, while Eclipse will be facing off in the lower finals against Bald Bandits. I mean, just an incredible, Mandatory pushing ahead to the lower finals. Absolutely incredible here, seeing how these teams have played. I mean, this was, again, another one that was so close, so clean. And yet, those little mistakes cost us. You know, as we look back on it, Dratnos, what do you think sort of happened here over the course of this run?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good run, but you got to watch out for, of course, those Raven dives, right? Like one death here or there, that is going to make the difference. I thought the infernal timing differences between the teams was a pretty interesting thing as well. But I agree as well that the lust not being pressed right at the start of the dungeon as well meant, like, look at the lust timer here. It's still on CD. It's going to be on CD for another 40 seconds. You know, if things had gone well, they would have been killing that boss and trying to get the dungeon over before that lust was back off CD, which, Mandatory finishing this dungeon at 10:48, you're never going to beat them if you press your own lust later than like a few seconds into the start of the dungeon, because you're just not going to get it back in time to for this burn to be faster than them. So that one was I'm not sure what the theory was, because we know that Eclipse are super fast in here as well, right? Like, that's the thing. It's not like they have a slow route in this dungeon.
I think, what did you say the final time was for this? 10:48, Dratnos?
I think 10:48, yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know how much lower it can reasonably go, because you need that second lust to beat that Guile push.
Right.
Right. Like,
I mean, it's possible it could be lower. The lust being necessary there, I don't see how you could do it without the lust, because it's always been so close. But
something
maybe you could do it with
lusting first.
Maybe you could do it with 10 seconds of lust, 10 seconds less of lust, right? Something like that, and your CDs being perfect, right? And shave a little more time off.
Maybe. Could be like that. You could potentially, like, in like a different world where the keys like one level lower or something like that. You could forego lusting the first pull of the dungeon maybe and just hold it forever, but that also sounds awful. I don't know.
I mean, very interesting in this particular run, seeing the differences that timing those important cooldowns, timing things like the Lust, right? How that can affect a run. And, that breakdown was so helpful midway through titles as well, sort of explaining it even further to players who might not be as familiar with this and why you might want to use it. Of course, as we see these teams tackling things like burning down these huge mobs or trying to get the ever important, percentage advantage on things like the bosses in combination with it, seeing how both of these teams planned that out was really fantastic this run, even if it did unfortunately mean that Eclipse, with the mistakes that they had, are going to be out of the competition for now. But of course, as we've talked about, all 4 teams you are seeing here today have secured their spot for the grand finals, which will be in 2 weeks. But today we are crowning a Group B champion. And we will have up next Bald Bandits facing off against Mandatory as they vie for a place here in our finals this weekend up against Perplexed. Go ahead.
I have a question. What did you guys think about Mandatory? Is this the Mandatory that we needed to see from them for them to be able to win this weekend? Because that looked pretty good and pretty convincing to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mandatory looked incredible today. I mean, even that Black Recalled, after not seeing them do the Black Recalled at all this weekend, and then straight away just getting the best time, beating Eclipse's best previous time by a couple of seconds when we already thought, oh my god, can you even go faster than them? And then they beat Eclipse in that dungeon and just beat the overall timer too. And then their Everbloom as well. There's such an incredible strategy and timer there as well. Now, the Throne, technically speaking, Eclipse would have been faster if they executed that really cool Transcend strategy there. But yeah, I do think that Mandatory, with this performance and with this form they're in today, can win against Bald Bandits and Perplexed, technically.
Technically. I always love the addition of, theoretically, it seems like, but of course things might go wrong. We'll see. No, I mean, this is definitely the Mandatory that we were looking for, right? They have such a strong track record, and there was a reason that many of us predicted them to be our winners for the Group B finals, but we're really starting to see them come into their own after a little bit of an inconsistent start over the weekend. There we can see, those of us who put Sloth in the running, again, a great showing. They just weren't able to really get the clean runs they needed this week. And we did see groups like Bald Bandits just sweeping in to show that they can do it. They can be smooth. They can have these clean runs. And I mean, they're going to be a big contender for any of these teams when they have to look at the grand finals. But things have shifted a little bit for us over the course of the weekend in our predictions. And we also now will be looking at how these teams have shifted around arenas over the course of the MDI. We have another dungeon map guesser segment here for all of you. One of the boss runs from the MDI that has happened so far. We ask everybody in chat, and we'll be doing it too, to try to guess the dungeon boss based only on the movements of the players. Again, this is all footage we captured from the event. So it's been really cool seeing, which ones match up with what we think, which ones are just Rezon, just which ones might
Rezon.
Just be the same Rezon, right? But here we've got our next 4, so let's see what this run has in store.
It's unlikely to be Waycrest because they have a Rusted Druid, right?
Yeah, so
Yep.
could be not Heartsbane Triad, although not impossible. Let's see, Blight of Galakron. Would they be slowly moving?
I mean, kinda. The boss.
Shade of Xavius.
The boss
This
does
could be
big
with the
moves.
trash. No, they would have been grouped up for the Stalker probably if it was Shade of Xavius.
Yeah.
Kind of far
But
apart.
it wouldn't be Mindbender Gersha either, would it?
So Blight moves you
Blight.
because of the dragon.
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
I think Blight is
Blight?
probably the most likely because look at that movement back over towards where it started. That could be when
Whoa,
big jump.
the boss is now into the 2 dragons. That's a lot of
It's a
movement.
tank movement, though.
This
Yeah.
is a lot of tank movement. I think it's likely to be
Rasan.
Blight.
Oh my goodness! Could you imagine?
But I hope it's not Razan, man.
I think I like Blight of Galakron.
I think I like
I'm
Blight the
Blight
most out of
as
these
I'm gonna get on Blight.
options.
Yeah, I think Blight.
It might be
Yeah.
Mindbender Gersha though. Actually, like you jump over, you go hit the totems as they spawn.
People play Mistweaver in there too, though.
Yeah, that's true. Blight of Galakron it is.
Nice.
There it is. And again, a big thank you to.
W.
Oh, it's like a fun, what a fun party, boss. Blight of Galakron, everybody always calls him a blight, but nobody realizes that he throws the best parties ever, Just gotta be friends. Just gotta be friends. Again, thank you so much to Warcraft Logs for powering this segment. We really appreciate it. And if you'd like to see more of these maps, check out at Warcraft Yaks. Now, we are going to leave you all, but just for a little bit. As we set up the next game, we will have Bald Bandits facing off with Mandatory as these teams try to see who is going to be able to get their way back up into the upper bracket to face off against Perplexed in the finals of this weekend. Make sure you stick around. It's going to be a good one. All the matches have been today. Hopefully, we will see just as close of a competition, and you will be there to witness it. We'll see you all very soon. Sit tight until then. The competition is getting closer and closer to its peak, and we have our lower finals facing off here before heading up to the finals of the Group B weekend. It's been an exciting time, and we've got a full desk again. We got Dratnos, Zeronic, Tettles. Good to have y'all here with us as we look ahead to the final match here down in our bottom. How are you doing? How's it going? What are we thinking so far, Zeronic, with the bottom bracket and Bald Bandits facing off with Mandatory?
You know, I want to say I'm happy, but also a little disappointed from the lower bracket match. I thought we would be able to see a little bit more competition there, but with Mandatory coming back into form, it appears for the first time over the weekend, seeing them get a swift 2-0 also makes me a little happy to see some of the potential we expected to see from them this weekend. So, you know, little of both coming from me coming into this match.
I feel like you're being too results oriented. I feel like even though it was a 2-0, it was a very competitive 2-0, man. I feel like there was a lot.
Yeah.
That throw of the tides, I felt like should have been a ECLIPSE win if they didn't.
Ooh.
If AJ just doesn't get meleeed by the mob.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. There's a lot of storylines here because
Ooh.
not only are we going back to that Throne of the Tides if we get to a Game 3, we're also going to Darkheart Thicket again, which Mandatory have played Darkheart Thicket 3 times and lost 2 of them, so that is a dangerous dungeon for Mandatory and possibly an opportunity for Bald Bandits. If they have a fast Throne of the Tides, they might be able to force this one into a 3-game series and win it that way. We also, of course, have the lower bracket disadvantage working against Mandatory, whereas Bald Bandits have been able to prep for this series now for the past hour. Mandatory have been busy fending off ECLIPSE.
So the Bandits also beat Mandatory in the upper bracket in Darkheart Thicket as well. That was the first map of their series, and so I am now questioning, so Mandatory had to reroute part of their key due to their, strategy that they were doing was illegal. So they had to reroute part of their key, and then it just ended up being slower versus the Bald Bandits. I wonder if they've since then rerouted it further to make it a bit more efficient, like what that looks like. And are they going to be able to have the advantages in the Darkheart Thicket? Because right now, I think that this dungeon set is heavily Bald Bandit favored.
Could very well be. I mean, Bald Bandits, like we've been saying, they have just come in and they have shown time and time again that even up against these huge teams that we were anticipating to be right at the top, they can hold their own. I mean, Throne of Tides in here, it's funny to me that we didn't see it almost all weekend. It's one of the most banned dungeons from this entire MDI. And here we go, 2 matches back to back. But I mean, Dratnos, how are you feeling about these two going into this mix?
I think Ataldazar is likely to be Mandatory's most favored map of this series. I think that one is one where they really definitely need to come out with a 1-0 lead. If not, there's going to be a big opportunity for Bald Bandits to win either of the next 2. But Mandatory are certainly still the favorites in this series, right? They've shown some weakness. They lost to Bald Bandits in the last time they played, but there were some scuffed runs, including an Ataldazar that was scuffed beyond belief for Mandatory. So let's see if they can avoid that this time. That's what they need to do. They need to make sure that they get that death counter down from 14 to, 0 or 1. I'd take 1, but 0 is the number we're really hoping to see as we do get underway. Skylark grabbing some trash, actually the Stalker from over on the right, and bunch of trash from the mid, getting this big, massive pull started. Yips mirroring that on the left-hand screen here. Lust pop for both teams. Here they go. This is it. This is a big rematch here.
I think we saw the grip schedules coming in at the exact same time. These teams are so in sync and playing so well today and this weekend. Who's going to get the trash pack down first? Warlocks exploding to the top of the damage meters for both of the teams, but Maceine popping for quite a bit more damage at the very start of the poll here. It all comes down to who can get all of the trash down quickly, and it looks like Bald Bandits are actually having a little bit of an issue dealing with some of the trash mobs. Much higher HP than they are from Mandatory. Mandatory already done with the trash pack. Bald Bandits still trying to finish off that last Juggernaut, and even though it only took them a few seconds longer, oh man, we know how much those few seconds can come down to the end of this dungeon.
Yeah, we actually had a tick of the fiery enchant cast go off for Bald Bandits, forcing them to dodge. That's always something you got to be really careful of. That fiery enchant channel, it ticks very quickly once it starts, so you need to make sure that you get that kicked immediately, or else you are going to have a lot of red swirlies on the ground that need to get dodged. Bald Bandits, though, are into the boss. They are grabbing the trash from the bottom of the stairs here as well. That auger, how do they grab those things? That's going to be nice for them. To get a little bit of extra count in this way, because I don't think Mandatory have the augers from the bottom of the stairs. I think they'll have to kill them off afterwards as they go into their big Razan pull.
Yeah, you could very easily just send a Warlock Pet down there to attack them. They're not behind a wall or anything, so I couldn't see how that would possibly, break any potential rules. Although I'm not an admin, so I don't know. So I would assume if they're doing it, it's been approved. But here we go on to Priestess
Blink
Lunza.
Blink Altar is the,
that could be it too. Yeah,
is the way being suggested to us in Discord right now. So either way, yeah, lots of different ways to do it. But what's important is that Bald Bandits did do it, whereas Mandatory didn't. But Mandatory now have the boss killed after that second transfusion. I don't think they pulled that trash from the bottom of the stairs. No, yeah, they didn't. So they are grabbing it now. Whereas Bald Bandits are going to be about 12 seconds slower on this split. But they've already killed that trash at the bottom of the stairs. So I would rather have the 12 seconds, I think. I don't know about you.
Oh, yeah. I absolutely would. And the thing is, as well, that we don't quite mention all the times is sometimes, we're seeing it happen for Bald Bandits right now, sometimes that extra 10 seconds or so can give you a terrible Razan bet. You can see Dranako had to blink across the map to pull the boss, and then it's going to take an extra ton of time just to walk to the group. That 12 seconds actually probably amounts to something like 20% right now, although a Fervent Strike taking out Mode. They have a battle res, but that's not an ideal way to start off this key. The Pursuit goes out. They do have a Shadow Meld to instantly cancel it. Look at the damage coming out through for Bald Bandits here, though. Zats is going to have to do a ton to keep them all topped. He's able to do it, but man, we've seen this pull wipe, I think, essentially every single team this weekend.
Dude of Fear almost just went off for the Bald Bandits as well, which had me very terrified there for a second, but it looks like they have got it all under control as well. Both teams now getting most of that trash taken care of. Looks like Mandatory are still in the lead on boss percentage. Losing a healer is actually, it's the scariest person to die besides the tank, but it is one of the least threatening in terms of how much it's going to hurt your timer, because if you can land that res or just kill the boss without them, you were losing a lot less, obviously, damage than if a damage dealer. Sometimes when I say these things, I'm like, this is a really obvious point, but I'm gonna continue with it anyways. If you lose a damage dealer, you're losing more damage than if you lose a healer. Was the point I was trying to make there. So Mandatory is still going to be getting through this boss a little bit ahead of the Bald Bandits, but those 5 seconds of death timer might end up mattering at the end of this. We've seen the death timers matter already so far today.
Let's see just how close it is here. Maystein running across to get a gateway set up here. Is he able to get it right off the bat? Also, they're just running to the opposite side here. What's the reasoning for this? Are we trying to skip past some of the extra sword packs? There's the gateway.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's on the right spot.
This would be...
no, they fell down!
No! Mandatory! That gateway
brutal.
right there might have just cost them this Ataldazar. That is a unbelievable amount of time that they've now lost. As you can see, they are attempting to recover this, but now they have to run through all these swords that they put so much work into skipping. Skylark at least was able to get up with the double jump after the gateway, so is able to start this pull, but now they have to fight this all over here. They're not able to grab those honor guards, those witch doctors, and they are going to have to add an extra pull to their dungeon. And Ataldazar is not a dungeon with a lot of pulls. If you are adding one more pull to your Ataldazar, you are adding like a minute to a 10-minute dungeon. That is unbelievably big here. And if you're a Bald Bandits fan, this is the door opening here. This is huge, huge opportunity now. They've just got to stay clean from here, and they should be in great shape, because now you can see on the count, they're ahead on count. They don't have that death timer. They're ahead in dungeon progression. They have all of the edges now in their favor.
And notably, okay, so technically, it's, you're right, it is one extra pull. That's the trash that they would have pulled on Yasma later on, if I remember their strategy exactly. So they are missing that consolidation of the pull. And it is pretty bad. That missed gateway is easily about a minute lost. We saw that happen for Echo last weekend, right? And their overall timer was literally about a minute slower than what we otherwise would have seen out of them. Mandatory really needs something to go wrong for Bald Bandits here, but Bald Bandits is through most of the difficulty of this dungeon, right? Most of the places that we see people wipe are in either those first couple of pulls of the dungeon or on the Rezon pull, and now that people have kind of changed their tech to not pulling the mini-boss patrol onto Rezon, we've seen far fewer wipes there, so Bald Bandits really in a commanding position here, just need to walk it home. Already into phase 2 of Volcall here. They do have the extra damage from the reanimated Honor Guard on them, but it should be, for the most part, okay. I'm pretty sure Zotzi's going to be able to deal with, but that mana bar is looking kind of slim.
all good. We've got a Vampiric Embrace available if we need it here as well. And that Reanimated Honor Guard doesn't do any AoE damage until you kill the totem, which they're not going to do. So once they finish off the Witch Doctors, the Stalkers here, which it looks like a Witch Doctor actually may have snapped into them or something, because it looked like it was running at a non-tank player there for a second, but Bald Bandits are going to be okay. They've got all those mobs under the boss taken care, or grouped up, and are now being DPS down. And yet the Stalker's Fan of Knives that is a really crucial AoE threat that they need to make sure they don't get hit by. But we can now get a really good indicator of just how much of a lead Bald Bandits have created for themselves by landing their Warlock Gateway here, because Volcall is almost 40% lower for them than it is for Mandatory. And Bald Bandits actually still have more count, even though Mandatory pulled some trash they didn't mean to. Once Mandatory finish off the Witch Doctors they're in combat with, I think they'll have a slight edge in count, but I don't think it's going to go to 100%, so I think they're actually still going to have to set up some trash onto Yasma. Yeah, look at that. 96.44. Kush going down to the Reanimated Honor Guard. Again, I think this happened to them in their last series. The Reanimated Honor Guard meld not working out here for the Bald Bandits. That's 2 deaths that they've got on their scorecard now. So that's 5 seconds in Mandatory's favor, and that has just made things really interesting here, because Bald Bandits need to do a slightly harder Yasma pull. They need to fight a little bit more trash on Yasma, and now they need to kill Yasma 5 seconds ahead instead of after Mandatory. They are going to reach Yasma more than 5 seconds ahead of Mandatory. Quite a bit more than 5 seconds.
That was their gateway skip gone, so if Mandatory can get to that wall, get the gateway down, and get up to the boss faster, that's more time saved. But we're seeing just how big of a deal that earlier gateway miss was for Mandatory. Even with the mistakes coming from Bald Bandits here, even with a couple of deaths happening here, they're on Yasma a good 20 seconds ahead of Mandatory. Mandatory need to turn on the Jets here in a way that I don't think we've seen any team actually go for it so far.
Skylark leapt in, but then got gripped backwards instead of upwards there. Unfortunate situation. We've all been there. Mandatory is still able to get the boss combat started. Now there's 20% HP lower for Bald Bandits. Bald Bandits need to keep this lead open. If that lead closes, which it... Oh, Zyro, it's closing. It's now only a 10% lead. Mandatory are just doing so much damage here. How is this happening?
Here's the difference.
Are they closing this?
Here's the difference. Power Infusion plus Infernal on the pull for Mandatory. Power Infusion coming off cooldown right now and being used by Fragments as well.
But
also, Zatsy's up at the exact same time, and the Infernal's up in 10 seconds anyways.
It's going to expire after the Infernal here, so we're actually not going to have PI overlapping with the Infernal for the Bald Bandits. And look at this, the boss HP is now the same between the two teams. Bald Bandits are still ever so slightly in the lead, but they need to open this lead up. They need to get this done within 5 seconds. The Infernal lands, but it's not being multiplied with the Power Infusion. The Power Infusion is expired, and 10% on the boss HP. This is going to be so close. Mandatory will have 5 seconds after Bald Bandits finish this boss to try and execute here. They 10%. Can you do 10% in 5 seconds? I don't know.
With the Flame Rift high roll from Mace Team. Can they get it? 3, 2, 1. Who wins? It's going to be neck and neck again.
Oh, a photo finish.
Where did the 2 seconds come from?
All right, we will investigate, but I believe that is Bald Bandits that have gotten it by those 2 seconds. Let's see, though. We'll see once the victory screen comes up. We've got to compare those milliseconds, check the official clock, and it does...
Ooh, waiting for the victory screen. It is a Bald Bandits victory. Wow.
Well done to Bald Bandits. They really stole away with that one in those last seconds between either of the teams. Absolutely incredible that we've seen matches like this and games like this today that have just been so close. I mean, looking back at this, we saw a few mistakes. We saw things not go exactly perfect, but by far, again, this wasn't the worst, sort of snowball of mistakes we've seen here in this very difficult dungeon in Taldazar. Tettle, what do you think went well for these teams? What do you think maybe tripped them up here or there?
I will say completing the dungeon, always a sign of success from these MDI teams. The Taldazar feels very coin flippy at times, and very rarely, I think, is it coming down to anybody coming up with new strats now. Instead, it's kind of coming down to, like, who's making less mistakes. For a little bit, I thought that Mandatory was going to be in a convincing lead. I thought that what they were doing with the Augur Snap into Razan and allowing them to get, about 10 seconds off of Priestess Alunza allows a better Razan pat where we saw we saw the mage on the side of the Bald Bandits for Nako here have to like tag this boss from like a really far range and then like double blink it back to the group. And I think that if you instead save that 10 seconds on Priestess Alunza, it just puts you in a much better position where that patrol is, and allows you like a decent amount more DPS. However, the biggest blunder of the dungeon was yet to come, and it's like you guys were talking about. It's this gateway. This gateway probably lost mandatory somewhere in the order of 30, 45 seconds maybe. Then they have to like start pulling trash packs that they don't really want to. It was pretty bad. I think that this was like a colossal mistake. It kind of gave Bald Bandits a lot of life, a lot of leeway. Bald Bandits did have a couple deaths at the end of Volcall. Not great. I thought they were going to like even things up with that, but the Bald Bandits still, with just making sure that they were consistent with this gateway, that ended up being the most important thing, and that was the pivotal moment in the key, and now it's going to be sending us into map 2, with Bald Bandits being up 1-0.
Bald Bandits, they've got the lead on this, and we were literally just saying, Mandatory really seemed like they were starting to get back into form. They were really starting to come into being the team that we all anticipated them being. But as you can see, especially in a tall, very volatile dungeon where things can just go wrong, even without pulling those mid packs, even without some of the things that were causing problems for snaps, here in the competition so far. But it's not over yet. I mean, of course, Bald Bandits and Mandatory, we've got another match to go. We've got another game to go here. And if Mandatory can bring up their game, and if they can come into this strong, they're going to be in a good position to try and push up to face off with Perplexed in the grand finals. But Bald Bandits, like we've been saying, they keep coming in and just stealing wins from the competition. So it's very likely that they could end up there as well. Of course, next we've got Dark Heart. And I don't know, it's ironic. Do you think Dark Heart is going to go in either of these teams' favor?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the Mandatory Bald Bandits match in Darkheart Thicket the one where Mandatory actually had like 25% of healing on Shade of Xavius at the end of the key?
I think so, yeah.
I think it was, and I think Mandatory were in a position to potentially win that key in their previous matchup. So, I mean, I think it's going to be pretty close here, obviously, as we saw that first match go. Pretty crazy matchup, and I think we're in for a good 3-game series here. I think Mandatory is the favorite, but ever so slightly the favorite. It's almost too close to call.
I was looking it up. It looked like Mandatory were somewhere in the order of like 15 seconds ahead coming off of Dresseron. And so, yeah, I think that was the 25 million healing to Shade of Xavius incident.
The incident.
Everybody's had an incident, okay? Everybody heals the boss, once a week. Once a week on Sanguine, you heal a boss.
Yeah, it happens. Look, you can't get away without it occurring somewhere. Sanguine has been one of the big banes of everybody in the competition between both weeks and in this style of competition with the MDI, right? But if they can kind of clean up some of the things that might have gotten them last time, Mandatory would be in a really good position to get up there with Perplexed. And I mean, of course, as a reminder to anybody watching, the 4 teams that you've seen today, all of them have qualified for the grand finals in 2 weeks. It's just that we are looking to crown a Group B champion, which, feels really good going into the grand finals and knowing that, hey, you took it with your category. Yeah, Tuttles, go ahead.
I have a question for our producers. Can they get us bald caps if the Bald Bandits win this weekend?
I would love that.
From production, yes is the answer, apparently.
Great, excellent, good.
I'm not seeing this message anywhere.
Where are you coming up with that from? It might have been made up by me, but yes.
Tuttles has become production. Tuttles' hair is actually running production now, so really reaching new heights, literally and figuratively. I mean, I would wear a bald cap to celebrate Bald Bandits. I'll say that here and now. I don't know if everybody else will agree, but I would do it. I'm going to guess by your silence that you're all complicit and we're all in agreement. Great. Next up, we've got Dark Heart Thicket. Next up, we've got Dark Heart Thicket. And like we've said with that Sanguine, this is one that can absolutely not just bleed out these teams, but give a lot back to the bosses and the enemies that they'll be facing. I mean, navigating into Dark Heart, have we seen over the course of the competition this weekend a real evolution of strats in this one? Is there anything that anybody has had their eyes on? I don't know, Dratnos, is there anything that you've kind of noticed between both weekends?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you can approach this dungeon, a lot of different ways you can pull at the start. Whether you want to use that rogue in this place as well is a huge open question, but I don't know. To me, the thing that just needs to happen here is mandatory. We keep talking about how great they can be in theory, but in practice now, so many of their runs have gone wrong for different reasons, right? Sanguine heal a boss, a Taldazar death incident, a Taldazar gateway incident, right? At a certain point, like, if you are having those incidents in a high enough percentage of your games, it's just going to be really hard to make it through to the finals here. And mandatory, they now have to win this and Throne of the Tides if they want to make it to compete against Perplexed here and try and win this weekend. This is a pivotal game. It does look like Bald Bandits are continuing with that rogue strategy. They've got Kush, of course, on their team, who is an excellent rogue, and they'll be deploying that one, whereas Mandatory sticking with the Shadow Priest instead. Both teams using invises, shrouds, various speed boost, all this kind of stuff to sneak through the start of the dungeon so that they can set up as big a pull as possible, and potentially we'll see if Mandatory even take this into the boss. It looks like Bald Bandits are hitting the Lust and just taking out a bear without the boss, but let's see what Mandatory are up to here.
Love the cool rogue snap tech coming in from Bald Bandits with this first pull here. Kush tricksing his tank standing on top of a mushroom, which are notorious snap spots in this dungeon, to get everything nice and stacked up for their first pull here, and everything is instantly exploding.
Wow.
A little bit of sanguine healing right at the very end, but not too much to write home about. Just one last Nightclaw alive at the end, and they're through that first pull. Very, very quickly going to need the gateway to get past to the boss here. But they're all the way through their first pull already with 36% trash count just like that, and they're already on the boss. This is not anywhere near as slow as the typical first pull strategy we see. Mandatory, on the other hand, like you mentioned, going for that first major pull, but already a death coming out from them. With the boss only at 70%, Crims goes down to a rip from one of those Nightclaws, in addition to, I believe, a leap from the boss as well. Little unfortunate, but they're able to have the battle res available, but that's not going to be something they have in their back pocket for the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, that is -1 res for Mandatory and plus a huge amount of danger for the rest of this dungeon. I mean, 8 minutes is an eternity with how quick these dungeons are, right? So this is a very, very scary time if you're a Mandatory fan, right? One more death on a boss and they will effectively that could eliminate them at this point. That's all it would take. Right now, they're in the lead, but look at the trash count. The trash count is 6% in Bald Bandits' favor. Now, the remaining pulls of the dungeon that 6% may not equate to an extra pull, and there is a faster boss kill coming in here for Mandatory, so Mandatory probably are getting the better of this, right? Anytime you can do in one pull what your other team is doing in 2 pulls, usually you're getting an advantage here, but it's a small advantage, and it costs them that battle res, so it's a tenuous position that Mandatory now find themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. They definitely do have a lead, but man, Kush was absolutely blasting this boss here, doing a ton of single target damage. If they can find extra cool rogue snapping tech that we didn't see in their first run here, they could potentially come up with some very interesting strategizing pulls. I remember back in the Legion MDI, when I played 13,000 years ago, there was some really interesting snap stuff you could do to get extra trash into the last boss of the key. I'm not sure if they potentially would want to go for something like that, but there's a lot of interesting things that we haven't seen that teams could just actively look up old VODs to figure out how to do if they really do want to add more tech to their run. I'm not sure if that's something they could have done over the course of this weekend, but we'll have to see if there's anything else going on here. Is Draco still in this shroud? It looks like he might just barely be on the edge of it.
He might have invis mounted.
He might have pre-invis.
Yeah, love it. That's smart. That's
okay.
That's a
They're
big
able to
move.
make it through.
Yeah,
now, they did kill the
Bandits.
boss later, but the other thing as well is you have to mention we bring this up whenever we have a sub rogue in the group, right? We saw it in Blackrock Hold, we're seeing it in this Dark Heart Thicket. That sub rogue shroud does actually provide a pretty significant amount of movement speed for the team as well. So even though they might be behind, that movement speed definitely does catch them up, and they're setting up this pull a lot quicker than any other team without a rogues really would. That being said, Mandatory still very far ahead, almost through most of these Nightmare Dwellers, as Bald Bandits still just starting to set them up.
Ooh, Bald Bandits as well with the Blast Wave to knock everything into the AoE. Now they just need to get those Dwellers killed. The 5 Dwellers are what spawns the boss, so ideally you want to just be making sure that those die first, right? It's not a big deal if some flowers, if a dryad even is alive into the boss. You just need to get that boss activated, get it pulled. You can see Mandatory actually do still have a dryad sniping at them from the back there. That's okay. You can just press havoc on it and kill it off with a couple of extra chaos bolts directly to the forehead if you need to. And Mandatory are doing pretty well here. This is going nicely. They have the boss already approaching 75%. Bald Bandits not even in combat with it yet, as that final Dweller does finally die. They're waiting around now for boss RP to finish. Never a good feeling.
Yeah, they really didn't focus down the Dwellers at all. They kind of just even AoE'd everything down. Now, that does come with its benefits and its negatives, right? The negatives are that you do not spawn the boss earlier, like you're mentioning. However, the benefits are you don't have to worry about Sanguine during the boss here. Mandatory have that extra added level of difficulty here, where if a Blossom does die underneath the boss and they're not able to kite the boss out of it before it ticks, they just lose a ton of extra healing. We're seeing some Sanguine healing come out, but that's only Blossom on Blossom.
That's
healing.
on mobs.
It's not on the boss, so we're not too worried about that. And they're doing a very good job of keeping those Blossoms away from the boss. They are starting to funnel in now, and if they don't have a knockback or one of those grip sigils available for them, it could be an issue. Now, one of the other advantages of not having trash on the boss is you don't have to worry about doing any of that extra AoE. You can just hard focus the boss, and you can see Bald Bandits have brought it back a little bit, right? They're within 20% when they pulled 30%.
Mode.
Oh my god, it takes out 2! Crim's going down 2 to the Cauterize here. Oh no, this is a disaster!
There's a Deadeye in the back, a sniper just taking out Mandatory's members, and now it's Skylark and Stove that are going to attempt to finish this boss, but this is so bad because Skylark is just going to get beat up. Now there's Sanguine healing on Oakheart. Oakheart goes back up in health. Just Skylark against the world here, and I fear the world is going to win. That is tragic for Mandatory. Does end up melding, Mode releasing, Crim's releasing, but Mandatory have just experienced what could be a tournament-losing catastrophe. Bald Bandits just have to keep it clean from here, and they'll be able to make it to the finals of this weekend. But there is still a lot of dungeon ahead of them here. They need to keep their heads on straight. This is a very, very big and dangerous pull that they are beginning here. Kush going on a fun adventure now. Off to the side, perhaps, or no, he's coming with them? No, he's off to the side, I think, yep. Yeah. Grabbing some extra trash. Yeah, give him the speed boost, and then run over to the side, and he will grab some bats, and then he can even shadow step. Yeah, he doesn't even need a gateway here. He can just shadow step on upwards. There it is. Up to Yips. No need for that gateway, which means the rest of the group can use the gateway instead to get this pull started even faster. And if Bald Bandits can avoid an incident here on Dresseron, then they will just have one pull left in the dungeon. There are a couple of different things that can go wrong here. Sanguine is one of them. Those slimes exploding and killing the group is another one, but you can see defensives are pre-popped. There's Zatsy getting a little bit low, but those survival instincts, the well-honed instincts rather, that free frenzied regeneration is going to proc and save him. They are stable for the most part. Janako activates a Whelpling, actually, while he's low. Alters
gets knocked into more! Oh no, and Kush is dropping low too!
Still has an Iron Bark on him.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. We're back stable here. Oh, relax. Don't take a frontal. Don't get hit by a blood orb. Okay. Whew, everything's okay.
All good.
4 Bald Bandits here. You're still an entire
just
boss
keep
ahead.
breathing.
You just need to not die. 2 Bloodtainted Furies still alive here. Yips still has plenty of ways to stay alive. Another Whelpling spawn, but Yips is going to grab back on that instantly here. A frontal goes out, misses a couple of players. That's just the Earth-Shattering Roar doing damage to the group. Yep, Yips keeping the frontal away. Once these Furies go down, they're going to have to CC and lock down the small adds that come out of it, but they have plenty of buttons to do that with. Just need to stay alive, and I think they're through the most of the danger here. Just the boss left alive. Just a Silent Sigil or 2 will come out on these, and they'll be able to easily cleave them down. Mandatory is able to get Oakheart down, but man, I think they're pretty much completely taken out of this race. It all lies on the Bald Bandits. Can they clean up the rest of this dungeon and send Mandatory packing?
Yeah, Mandatory here are still playing to make sure that they are keeping it in a one-wipe situation, right? They want to make sure that if Bald Bandits wipe, they'll be able to come back in and overtake, but it's going to be so rough because they wiped so late into Oakheart, right? When we talk about a wipe, there are different levels of disaster when you wipe, right? And if you wipe late in a boss, that is the worst possible time because you're just losing so much progress. And if it's a boss like Oakheart, then you have a huge run back as well. Meanwhile, Bald Bandits, they are going to be able to activate this Shroud. They're at 80% as they drop down. That is above the magic number, so they have enough count here. That would have been another possible path to victory for Mandatory. It would have been Bald Bandits jumping down with not enough count because due to the way that it works in MDI, you can't zone out in the middle of the run, which is what would happen at the end of the dungeon normally. So if you miss on count, you can't just zone out and then go back. You're in trouble. You got to find some creative way to get some extra count in there, or else you're just you're done. But 80% is enough, so not something Bald Bandits have to worry about here. They're setting up their pull, waiting, being careful here, and maybe even being extra cautious, knowing at this point that they are this far ahead, because of course you can watch the stream. There's a bit of a delay, but at this point they do know that Mandatory have had a massive catastrophe, and I love this out of Bald Bandits. They're not even going to pull this boss. They're just going to say, you know what? If we just don't wipe, we are going to go to the finals. So why on earth would we pull a boss with this, right? Why would we add a boss to what is already such a deadly pull?
Yeah, exactly. And they don't even have the lust available, right? So like, don't even go for it. Just play it safe, finish it off. You're an entire boss ahead here, and the only way you really could wipe here is if we saw what happened to Mandatory yesterday, right? If you Sanguine heal the boss, or you literally full on wipe. And this is the Giga Save play too, because they've had 0 deaths in this key. They still have the 2 battle reses available.
We're gonna have Lust. We're gonna have 2 reses.
Man.
They are living the
This is
luxurious
beautiful.
life here. Mandatory are just in utter despair here. They have none of those resources, right? They have 1 less battle res. They have 5 extra deaths on their clock. They're more than a boss behind here, or I guess a boss and a big trash pull behind.
And change.
Bald Bandits hitting the Lust here on this boss as soon as their cooldowns are available. Actually, are they even holding Lust for P2? Is that their idea for safety? That is the ultimate safety play, yeah. So they're not even gonna line up this Lust with their opening burst. They're gonna save stuff and their Lust for the 50% mark, because Shade of Xavius is dramatically more lethal from 50 to 0 than from 100 to 50. So, hey, why not Lust 50 to 0? That's a smart strategy on live, right, for high keys, because that's the dangerous part of this fight. Not something you can usually afford to do in MDI because it costs you time, but Bald Bandits have realized here that they can trade 10 seconds for safety, and that is an incredibly good deal at this point, because 10 seconds aren't going to matter. Only a full wipe will, so let's just minimize the chances of that full wipe.
Cloak being used to nullify that Nightmare Bolt there. Here's the Lust for the 50% push. Apocalypse Nightmare going to come out and do a lot of AoE damage to the group. Nothing that Zazi can't deal with and top people off for. Doesn't even do that much damage, even on the 23 Tyrannical. But here we go, off to the races. Shade of Xavius is being bursted downward. Mandatory hasn't even engaged the boss yet. They're going to be going for their pull, but it's going to be too little too late. All Bald Bandits have to do is finish it off here. 25% on the boss. And Dratnos, Mandatory, the team that almost every single caster thought was either going to win or get second place this weekend, is in the most dire of straits right now. Bald Bandits is in a commanding position here. Just have to take down the last 10% of the boss. Dranaco dropping low, but he's totally fine here. 1 final Nightmare Bolt is not going to take them out. Bald Bandits is going to send Mandatory home.
Cannot defeat a god. Well earned.
Mandatory can get back up there. Victory goes to Bald Bandits here, which is amazing to see. Well done to them as they proceed ahead to the upper brackets. Well done, well done. I mean, it was close, but when something goes wrong, unfortunately, it goes wrong. And Mandatory, like we saw, they've had a little inconsistency. They've had some moments where they haven't necessarily been able to pull off what we expected of them. Now, I mean, Tettles, how are you feeling looking at what they've been doing?
I mean, I think that's kind of been what we've seen the entire weekend for Mandatory, where they probably have the faster strat, and if you gave them a couple of attempts to run it, they're likely to put up the best time. If it was a time trial format or a slightly different format, they would likely be the fastest team that we have. Unfortunately, there's just some of the stuff that they're doing on these pulls that's incredibly volatile at times. Like grabbing that Stalker Deadeye into Oakheart. Mo just got comboed with the shot from the Deadeye at the exact same time the Stomp went out from Oakheart, and he just got erased. Like, look at that. He just died, and then once he's dead, Crims and Maestune are going to be soon following, because the Deadeye is going to be putting up those debuffs on the players. And that's a very dangerous pull. If you're able to pull it off, it's really fast, though. And we saw that Bald Bandits actually had a count advantage on Oakheart, and I was like, oh, I wonder how Mandatory is going to make it up. And it made sense what they were doing and how the trash that they were grabbing. And for Bald Bandits, they went slow and steady after they saw that mandatory wiped. And I think that that's a good adaptation on their part. They are playing to their strengths. They're like, oh, they wiped. And then somebody's like, all right, well, we're going to do all this trash without the boss. There's no way we wipe from here. That they, like Drennis and Zyronic were commenting, did the safety lust at 50% as well. So there was basically no way that they were going to be wiping from there. And so, with that being the case, I come bearing presents. So during my spare time as an analyst, I had a little bit of time in the lab, all right? And I've been cooking up some of the greatest bald caps of all time from our friend J.B's head himself. And so, without further ado, I would like to present you guys with the hats.
Oh, wow. Who do you think wore it best?
I think JB wore it best.
Drenos, I have to say, bald suits you.
Hang on, I'm trying to get in position here. Don't
you're
distract me. Yeah.
So hard.
This is really hard. It's the opposite
Line it
direction.
up. Line it up.
Just
Line it up.
I got it.
Hold on.
All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, now I just have to stay perfectly
Beautiful.
still.
All right.
Don't breathe.
So big congratulations to the Bald Bandits. As a prize, we're going bald for until this break happens, I think. I don't really know.
Great.
Until now, actually.
Okay, that was tough. I was
Holding
not
this
going to be able to
tough.
focus on any talking. I was trying to just hold my head in the right position. That was high intensity.
You know, I loved it. I loved it. We're going bald for the Bald Bandits. You know, I think that's probably the best way to do it without all of us having to cut off our hair. And I mean, Tettles, the chat would be devastated were you to do anything that would get rid of those luscious locks in particular. So.
They don't know this, but I would never. I'm not shaving my head, so that's fine.
Okay, great. But, you know, hey, we got a little preview. We got to see it. We got to celebrate Bald Bandits moving on here to our finals for the Group B weekend. Of course, as a general reminder that we've been dropping all this weekend, the top 4 teams that we had, so starting the day, Perplexed, Bald Bandits, Mandatory, and Eclipse, all of them will be seen in the Global Finals. That'll be 2 weekends from now, March 8th through 10th. And of course, they will be facing off there against the top 4 from Group A last weekend. So even though they, you know, have kind of been set to the wayside here so that we can determine a champion for Group B, they are not completely out of the fight yet, and you'll be able to see them again facing off in the Global Finals. We have, before we cut to break, another map guesser segment. So we'll probably pop over to do that. It might just be Razan again, or maybe it'll be bald Razan. Does Razan have hair? No, I guess Razan's already bald.
He's already
I don't. He's technically already bald.
Why is he there?
Yeah, what
I
is
see
it?
They
Razan on
removed the
list.
class colors.
Wait.
What do we do?
Wait. They didn't. They were monochrome, so we can still
They
see that one of
monochrome
these
them?
is lighter than the
Yeah.
other ones, right?
I think the guy at the top
that-
is the Warlock, right?
Could be.
That's not the
Yeah,
tank.
actually, not knowing which one is the tank is making this quite difficult.
Oh, interesting. Is it actually
Priest
Rock
ripped
Tool?
someone.
Oh God.
Could
I had a
be.
weird suspicion this was y'all new, but I actually don't like that anymore.
Wait,
that
they
I'm
just
looking
changed.
at it.
Razan's not an option anymore. It just changed it to Korak Tool there.
Changed it to Gorak.
Yeah. They
What?
switched it.
Ain't no way.
It's
I can't tell if
Razan.
that's a fake
I
out.
don't
It's
even
gotta
want
be
to think
Razan.
about it. It's Razan.
You know
I
what?
refuse
I'm gonna
to think it's
go.
anything else.
I'm gonna go wild here. I'm gonna say y'all knew. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna commit.
I don't.
I like y'all new. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
The class colors are coming back.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Oh, so okay, it's not with a Mistweaver monk, so it can't be Gorak Tool.
Yeah, I like y'all new. I like y'all new.
Y'all knows 4 DPS. Everyone's 4 DPS though, right?
Well,
I'm down for Razan. It's that guy.
yeah, it could be Razan again.
Give me Razan.
Sam.
Let's see.
Oh, it
let's
actually might be.
see.
It might be
Probably
Oakheart.
Oakheart.
It's
I think it's Oakheart. Yeah,
it
I
is
think you're right, actually.
Oakheart.
It's the mandatory Oakheart whenever they go and grab that stalker. That's exactly what it is. It makes sense now what the mage
alright.
is doing at the top of the screen.
Yeah. Or Tree Guy, for those who know Oakheart as Tree Guy rather than his
There's
official
like
name. Yeah.
7 tree guys.
There's a lot of Tree Guys, plural.
There's Neil. There's Gnarlroot. There's Witherbark. There's Oakheart.
Sure.
There's second
Angry Red
Gnarlroot.
Tree Guy. Does
There's,
that help?
Waycrest Manor Tree Boss as well, right? We've got tree bosses all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of tree guys up in this game, but gotta love them. Thank you to Warcraft Logs for powering these segments. If you haven't yet, head on over to archon.gg/wow. Check out all the tools they have to use and see how it can help optimize your gameplay. Now, we've got the biggest match of the day coming up next. We're going to have Perplexed facing off with Bald Bandits. I mean, not what we were expecting going into the weekend, but honestly, both of these teams have shown that they deserve to be in the top 2 for Group B. It'll be a best of 5, so we'll get even more action than we've had previously. And both, again, these are some serious contenders. I think we're going to have a really close match here, and it's going to be an incredible time. So make sure you stick around during the break. We'll be back, and we'll see you soon. At last, the moment we are waiting for is here. It is the Group B finals. The whole weekend has led to this, has built up to this, and it is guaranteed to be an explosive final match here between Perplexed and Bald Bandits. I mean, I don't think we expected. I mean, Perplexed for sure, but Bald Bandits, some of us had them on our radar, some of us didn't, but it has definitely been exciting seeing them move their way up. I mean, Nagura, how are you kind of feeling about their progress through this weekend?
I mean, Bald Bandits' performance was incredible. The fact that they're in the final against Perplexed, and the fact that they already played against Perplexed earlier in this tournament, and they did incredibly well. They almost won against Perplexed, so that is impressive. And I do think this can go either way in this final.
It's definitely something where these two teams, I mean, we can see them just getting closer and closer. Like you said, Ball Bandits standing up to Perplex from the get-go, and I'm sure they've been looking forward to this rematch. We're going to be jumping pretty quickly into it here, though. They will be doing a best of 5, everyone. So it's not over with 3 like we've been seeing the rest of this weekend. And this will be game 1, Galakron's Fall, with Perplexed versus Bald Bandits, the first of the finals here. Zeronic, this is going to be a good one.
It's going to be an absolute banger from what we've seen. The Bald Bandits have been playing incredibly well this weekend, and as someone who didn't put them in my top 4, I've already apologized to them this weekend, but man, I really was not aware of your game. This team added yips since the last MDI, and that appears to have made all the difference for them. Having a solid tank as a foundation of your team is incredibly important, and it's done wonders for them, but here we go. The finals are underway. Best of 5, game 1. Here we go into the first boss. We know this first pull is a massive one, and a lot can go wrong. Of course, we've seen them use that Chrono Melt to help out with a little bit of the boss differences here, but take a look at Perplexed here. Heading off to the left here, not going through the middle like Bald Bandits. Maybe helps them gather trash up just a little bit easier, but Bald Bandits already onto the boss just a little bit faster, but it's so close between the two.
Yeah, some super quick information as we start this dungeon. We have never actually seen Bald Bandits play a fall this weekend. They have banded once against Come On Now, and other than that, they have not played it at all. Perplex, on the other hand, played this dungeon once against Eclipse, and they had the fastest time of this tournament with a 10 minutes and 59 clear with 0 deaths on the board. A perfect run by them. They played a Red Paladin here, so 4 DPS on their side. Bald Bandits, though, on the other hand, actually playing a Rest Druid, so they're playing that healer comp here. Which we've seen some teams do, but yeah, Perplex, of course, with the fastest time, really believing that Red Paladin has to drop so low with the last couple of bursting ticks.
Oh yeah, barely able to get through it, able to finish off the boss before they're worrying about their DPS players go down. Sevi's going to be doing a little bit of healing here as they go through the portal just to top people off before we go into the trash pulls here. This is the section of the dungeon where the 4 DPS comp really struggles. So much can go wrong here with the addition of the the bursting affix. Can really slow things down. They have to play it safe. They need to make sure they're getting maximum usage out of their Master Spells and their Dwarf Racials to make sure they don't take too much extra damage, so Sevi can focus on doing that extra damage that the DPS will bring. Bald Bandits are going to be able to take it a little easier, though. They can just go ahead and pull whatever they want to pull the second this RP gets done. I expect them to just pull the rest of the room so that they can get their Perplex, dealing with their first set of trash there, not using any of their debuff removals for the first set of burstings. We do have our first death of the dungeon going in on Kush there. They let an infinite bolt volley through. That's not ideal. 1 death on the board for them, and that's not really where you want to be in. This is not putting them in a position they want to be in up against a 4 DPS comp.
Yeah, Kush had the debuff on him there, plus that volley going through, just taking out that Warlock. Yeah, that really is not ideal, especially playing against Perplexed that had the best time with 0 deaths before. It would be very difficult for them to catch up to Perplex if Perplex has a perfect run. But Swag does go down to an 8-stack burst on the Perplex side as well. So also struggling a little bit here with smaller mistakes here and there for both teams. But look at Perplex. They are done with this pull. Manifested Time Waste is already in that RP sequence, so about to be attackable by Perplex, while Bald Bandit's still fighting that trash pull. So Bald Bandit's actually quite a bit behind on this trash area.
That might have been probably the best death timing we've ever seen in the MDI. Dying as the trash dies while you're waiting for boss RP to spawn. So it's virtually no DPS loss. The only thing they lost was that 5-second advantage they had. One death equal for both teams. Already onto the Manifested Time Waste, and look at how quickly this DPS, 4 DPS comp deals with the boss. The boss already at 60% just 30 seconds into the encounter here. But here we go, the first major damage events coming out. Those 2 debuffs go out on Swag and a Shine here. Need to very quickly get into one of those speed areas of the room. They're going to just let the debuffs expire. Not going to use the Massive Spell there. Don't need to use it. Quickly topped off by Sevi there, and I believe the use of either their Healthstone or Health Pots just to top themselves off there. And they're still doing good, really not needing any of that external healing. And also, I just want to say, the passive healing that this Warlock and Priest can do to themselves during this encounter is pretty ridiculous. They haven't even used the Vampiric Embrace, only just now popping it to help with the healing.
Yeah, actually just incredible off-healing happening for Perplexed. Well, Bandit's now also halfway through the boss, but yeah, definitely engaging that boss quite a bit late. Struggling so much with that trash pull here, even though they do have the healer. Technically speaking, it would seem that it's going to be easier for them to do bigger pulls on the trash, but unfortunately just having some issues there with the interrupts. Perplexed now done with the boss, and they are going to be moving on to that next trash area. But both bandits definitely have some catching up to do. Even though they do have that 5% extra trash of enemy forces, it's not going to be too big of a problem for Perplexed, because all they have to do is pull 1 extra dragon, which, you know, it can be difficult to deal with 3 dragons all at once. But Perplexed has executed that pull before.
Is that Vampiric Embrace going to come up for this pull? It's up in 35 seconds. I think it will just barely come up by the time they actually get engaged with that AoE. So perfect timing on the usage from Swag for Perplexed there. Bald Bandits on their end are able to take down second boss here, but we can see the gap that Perplexed have opened up for themselves here. Almost 40 seconds of an advantage as we head towards those Risen Dragons. And if they're able to pull this pull off, I think they should be in a... I mean, they're already in a commanding position, but they should solidify this first map as long as they're able to beat the second cast on the final boss. Still a lot of pain points left, but Perplexed playing perfect so far.
And doing an incredible job. We do see the gateway come through, and now they are going to be gathering up those 3 dragons. They're making sure they're going to focus the 2 dragons that are in this room, because those are the dragons that actually spawn the boss as soon as they go down. So the 3rd dragon that they're going to need, it's not as important, so they can focus it down later or even pull it later as well. Right now, I don't see it being there at all, so we'll see what they're going to be doing with that extra trash that they need. But yeah, there we go. The 2 dragons are going down. Now Divine Field is jumping back and adding that extra chunk.
I think they just need the chunks. I don't think they need a 3rd dragon.
Maybe,
I think this gets them to that 71%-ish trash that they need. I don't think they'll need 1 more dragon. This should be good count. We can see Bald Bandits also going for that gateway strategy to make sure they skip these Risen Dragons before the RP actually resolves. Same thing that Perplexed did about 45 seconds ago, but look at this position here. Perplexed already on to Blight of Galakrond, already almost through Phase 1 while Bald Bandits starts chewing through these dragons.
Yeah, Perplexed doing a good job. We can see the corrosion here on Swag, making sure he does juggle it around, because, of course, not having a healer makes this boss a little bit more difficult with that debuff. They don't have the Shadow Melts on any of their players, so they can't get rid of that corrosion. But they can just give it to Divine Field, and it should technically be okay. Bald Bandits now also done with the dragons. Looking at the percentage, both of them are pretty equal. They're going to do similar pulls from here on out. Yeah, Bald Bandits definitely still quite a bit behind, like almost a minute. It seems like 30 seconds at least. But yeah, this boss should be a little bit easier for Bald Bandits to handle. But again, they have 1 less damage dealer. So Perplexed still gonna have a lot more boss damage if they don't have to play too defensively with their survivability.
We had to deal with the 1 singular necrotic ones as well. That's very, very useful for them. They don't want to take any of that extra AoE damage here, and now going into the last phase here, the extra damage coming out from the random targeted Noxus injections is going to be an issue. They still do have that VE in their back pocket if they do need the extra healing, but with the 2-minute cooldowns coming up here, they should be able to burn through this phase very, very quickly. On the other side, Bald Bandits now entering phase 2 of the encounter, but still, the gap continues to open up. Perplexed with his extra DPS are burning through this boss quickly, and now with them stacked, the power infusion and combustion popped. This boss is not long for this world.
Yeah, just so much damage coming out of Perplexed team here. They're going to go down in no time. Bald Bandits still in phase 2. so struggling a little bit to be able to catch up. Flex now, looking at the percentage, 71%. They definitely have to play a lot of trash here. They have enough though, right? Like, I'm not...
Yeah, everything in this tunnel is a little over 29% if I remember correctly.
Okay, perfect. So they just have to pull every single trash group here, while Ball Bandits can skip a little bit at the end, which honestly is not going to matter that much because it's some time until the last boss even spawns. You have to walk to the last boss for the RP to happen, and then you need to wait a little bit before you can even engage the last boss. And during that time, you can fight all of this trash. And once the boss is there, they're very likely even going to pull that trash on top of the boss. Therefore, having a little bit less trash, not really a time save, more of a safety thing. And Perplexed has executed this before, therefore they should be okay, as they gathered up all of this trash, waiting for the boss to spawn, just getting some AoE damage onto this pack before the boss is attackable.
Here we go, the boss should be attackable any moment now. Wolf Disco, of course, Blink Blink altered to make sure he started that boss RP, so it should be active any moment now. Just finishing off the remainder of this trash. As the bursting starts to stack up, they have the dwarves available across the board here, and you can see it being used to make sure they don't take any extra damage here. Of course, everyone dropping low because they had to wait for a couple of those later bursting stacks to resolve, but now that they're on the boss, they shouldn't take any extra damage. They're going to use literally every single personal cooldown in the book to live through this Extinction Blast as we see them stack up in these circles here. Here we go. Just got to live through the one Stonecracker barrage. Here come the personal sack being used. Pact and Unending Resolve being used. Ice Cold being used. But Swag opting not to use the Dispersion just to do as much DPS as possible, and here we go, the Power Infusion coming out. Something that might be an issue for them, however, the Bloodlust is not going to be available for 35 seconds. In the past, we've seen this Bloodlust used to help the teams augment their chances of skipping that second Stonecracker barrage, and without that available, I'm actually worried that they might have issues beating it.
Yeah, that can be a problem, right? Not having a healer, meaning Chromie's health might actually be an issue. We do have Lay on Hands available on Sasevi, but yeah, we'll see if they won't manage to skip that one. It could be a little bit dangerous. The boss is dropping lower. They have to get it to 90% for that last Cataclysm to happen. 3%. Bloodlust is now ready, and they are using it. But yeah, that Combust also being popped here by Wolf Disco.
Here we go, Combustion plus Bloodlust. They need to get the boss to 90.5% before it starts channeling the Stonecracker Barrage. This initial Earth-Shattering Blast is not the issue that they have to worry about. Once this goes off, it'll start channeling the Stonecracker Barrage, and that is what will kill Chromie. Here we go. Can we push it? Yes, they have. They've pushed the boss. They're in the bubble. All they have to do is burn down this last few percentage of the boss with the damage buff, and that should be no problem for them. Perplexed with a commanding victory in Game 1 of this series.
Perplexed coming in here and throwing down the gauntlet right at the bat. Of course, this is where you lay it all on the line. These are the finals for Group B, and the victory for the first game is going to go to Perplexed. I mean, very, very well done from them. They clearly had a strong control of this dungeon. They set the pace right from the get-go, and they really had that execution with the 4 DPS down pat with that final boss and the burn and the phasing. So great to see. But Tettles, what jumped out to you from this of our first game here in the finals?
I mean, I think that's just a difference of 4 DPS versus 3 DPS. You're doing the exact same pulls with the two teams. There's not really much you can do differently. So obviously those are when the 4 DPS strats are the best, right? Is whenever the difference in strategy is maybe like 2 or 3 mobs at the very beginning of the dungeon. That's like minimal time gain or time loss. And so then a team that has 4 DPS and they're able to pull off that strategy nearly perfectly, they have no deaths. That's huge. That's like a huge advantage for them in the time department. And Bald Bandits, they had 2 deaths. They didn't look bad. It's more just like they had a significantly slower strat. Changing out that Resto Druid healer for that Ret Paladin is a pretty large time gain, and while you do have to play a little bit weird with your defensives, especially on bursting, being able to pull it off does yield you somewhere in the order of 30 to 45 seconds of time saved, and that's just going to allow Perplex to be able to not only one phase that boss, but just across the entire board have 5 to 10 seconds per pull, and that's where it came down to it for Perplex being out Bald Bandits in the fall.
Yeah, I mean, this was one that, like we kind of talked about, we hadn't seen Bald Bandits really in as much, and it seems like their strategy maybe could have just used a bit more fine tuning. I mean, Nagura, you were kind of mentioning this before we even got into this one. Do you think that this was just kind of one that they haven't done as much, and we'll see them kind of pick up in some other ones, or how do you think Galakrons went for them?
Yeah, I don't think Bald Bandits looked as refined in this dungeon as we've seen them in other dungeons, so I do think that maybe this dungeon was just not part of their map pool too many times before, and the one time that it was part of their map pool, they banned it. So it is possible that maybe didn't put as much practice time into this dungeon compared to other ones.
I believe that.
Because it is a best of 5, right? So they definitely still have a chance to get back into this, and maybe this was really just like, just not their dungeon.
Yeah, sometimes there are dungeons that you just don't vibe with. You just didn't practice as much. They weren't as much on your mind, but they also, weren't completely inconsequential. And you think, hey, we'll just kind of let that one go to the wayside. I mean, as it was with this, we saw that at least at the start, it's kind of put them off at a bit of a disadvantage, but of course this is the best of 5, so it's not as big of a difference as it would have been were we still in the best of 3. I mean, Zeronic, do you think at this point they're just going to kind of push past this? What do you think it's going to look like for them as they look ahead to the other games?
Yep, just a GG go next. I mean, there's really not a whole lot you can do. That's a pretty tough dungeon to win if you're not running the 4 DPS comp and the other team is. Obviously, they knew that if they were going into that dungeon without it prepared, that it was a likely loss for them unless something catastrophic happened for the other team. But looking at the other dungeons in this series, I mean, these are great maps for the Bald Bandits from what we've seen this weekend, right? They definitely have the potential to bring it back here, and with the best of 5 instead of a best of 3 going the distance here, I think they're in a good position still.
Here's the situation too with best of 5. You have 7 out of the 8 maps from this. Typically, the team with superior strats and better consistency is going to come out ahead across the board, right? Because you have to really show yourself across all of the maps in the pool. Sometimes there will be some best of 5 series that, especially after bans come through, BO5, whenever you have 7 maps to kind of go through.
Yeah, there's a lot more that's shown in the range of maps, and especially, if you're pushing it all the way to the end, or if it's not a really swift, decisive victory, which we don't want it to be when you get to things like this. You have to take a look at all of these dungeons and kind of figure out what they're going to do across them.
I'm a little bit sad that Perplexed banned Throne, actually, because Bald Bandits have never banned Throne, and it was in their map pool multiple times. And they again have not banned it. So I think that Bald Bandits actually have practiced Throne, and that they might even have a really cool strategy, but we're not going to see it because Perplex banned it against them. But yeah, first we're going to see that the Black or Cold. Black or Cold, we've seen both teams before, and we have the best time for Perplex is 11:14, while the best time for Bald Bandits is 11:19. So very close together when it comes to strategies. Now we're just going to have to see if both of the teams can execute their strategy perfectly.
It's ironic. I mean, with this one, Blackrook, we've seen it trip up some of the teams, although it seems like they've been really getting a better grasp on it over the course of the competition. I mean, you think this one, that initial pull, it's a little bit difficult. What do you think are going to be the big challenges for either of these teams specifically in Blackrook?
I mean, the biggest pain point I think we've seen in the entire dungeon this weekend has to deal with that very first pull. On the first boss, the massive trash pull, and a lot of the overlapping damage events that happen during the Soul Burst has just one-shot plenty of players. Now, it's not the biggest deal if only one player goes down, right? Because once you deal with the boss, you can just release and you're back with the group. But if multiple players go down, you have to expend a battle res that sets you behind for the dungeon. If everyone goes down, you're behind by 3 minutes because then you wipe, you have to go again, pull the trash separately because there's no way you're plugging into the boss. Too much can cascade if this first pull goes wrong. Both teams have done it pretty much perfectly before, but this is the make or break time. We're seeing that subtlety rogue pocket pick coming in again here from Kush. Is it going to make the difference for Bald Bandit as we head into this first section? One thing for sure, the added speed from that Shroud of Concealment is going to help them out here. They're going to get to the boss way ahead of Perplexed.
Yeah, you can see Bald Bandits engaging Amalgam immediately, also popping that Bloodlust immediately. So Perplexed, because they reach the boss a little bit later, means that they also pop the Bloodlust a few seconds later. It's not a big deal, it's only like 2 or 3 seconds, but that is possible that it's going to make the difference at the very last boss. As we've talked about this before, Bloodlust timing actually being really important in this key because it's such a fast dungeon and because one facing the last boss is so important. But let's focus on this pull because this has caused teams to have multiple deaths and multiple issues before, especially at the end of the pool, because we do have fortified raging here. So as soon as these mobs reach the raging range, it's going to be such a big issue for them. Well, Bandit's deciding to not actually engage a lot of the
Here it
trash
comes.
just yet.
Soul Burst. There it is. They're clean. They're through. No extra damage coming out, and that's from the safety, right? They're making sure that trash isn't on top of the boss. Now, that's something that they're going to have to finish off after the fact, but I like this safety idea from them. They might lose a little bit of time, but the thing is, most of the smaller trash isn't the part that takes them a long time to get through. It's finishing off Lady Valandris, right? So, and no, this is exactly what's happened to Perplex now. Exactly what I was talking about right before the dungeon starts here. That Soul Burst, in addition to other things going off. Actually, I think this time it was just the Soul Burst going off because they let too many of the souls hit the boss, taking out both Sevi and Swag. They have the battle res should they want to use it, but a Shine and Wolf Disco will be able to finish off the boss. Is Wolf Disco also going to die to any potential dot here? No, he's going to stay alive. That is very useful for them. That's 5 less seconds that they have to worry about, whereas Bald Bandits, while they're finishing off this trash, Zazi has gone down here. There's another 5 seconds to their death timer. So it looks like overall, the amount of time it's taking them to finish this trash is going to be almost exactly the same. Look at that. The mini-boss going down at almost exactly the same time for both the teams, but because Bald Bandits finished off the trash first, their door is open first, they can just move on to the rest of the key.
Yeah, and another Shroud coming out by Kush here, giving them that extra movement speed. And of course also Perplex having 1 extra death, so 5 seconds death penalty in favor of Bald Bandits here. But yeah, at the end of that trash pool, we did see some Soul Blast going through. That's what took down Satsi there for Bald Bandits, unfortunately. And Renica also almost falling with a triple stack off that debuff, but did manage to survive. Now we do see a huge pull coming in from both teams. This can be incredibly dangerous, as we have the Arcanist in here. We do have the Archers and the Scouts casting so many deadly abilities that have to be disrupted and interrupted as well, while also that magic effect is stacking up on the tanks from all of those Spiderlings.
Massive pulls coming out from both teams here. Bald Bandits, of course, getting there a little bit earlier. Look at the damage going on Zanrako here. Has to be topped by Zazi, also expending the Iron Bark just to help him stay alive. Look at the personals committed just to live through this pull coming out from Bald Bandits. Perplexed went for a similar pull here, but they're able to keep it just a little bit more controlled. And Zazi has gone down for Bald Bandits. He has instantly released, not using the battle res here. The team should be able to stay alive without their healer, he determined here, once most of the dangerous mobs went down. But this is brutal for Bald Bandits. Without their healer here, chaining is not really a good option, whereas Perplexed, with their healer alive, instantly chain into the next packs once the most dangerous mobs are dead. And they have clawed their way back in after those 2 deaths on the first boss, and it looks like they might even be in the lead now.
They definitely are. Being able to chain this pack much earlier because they don't have their healer going down there, and because they just managed to deal with this double trash pull much more controlled than Perplexed had. And I say double trash pull, but it's more like 4 packs. They pull the spider packs into a double pack, into a patrol, so it's like 4 packs that they're pulling on top of each other right after doing such an insane first pull. So a lot of offensive cooldowns not even available, like the Infernal, for example, and not being available for that huge pull is pretty significant. We do see Fragdance actually using Infernal, though, for this commander pull, for this mini-boss, while Perplexed, on the other hand, the Shine, is sitting on the Infernal for, presumably for the boss. So already a little bit of a difference in offensive cooldown usage here from the Warlocks. We've seen this before. The teams certainly disagree with what the best course of action is for those Warlock cooldowns in Black Occult specifically. So we're going to keep an eye on that and see what they're going to be using it for the rest of the dungeon. But yeah, Perplexed catching up so much. They're already on their way to the next boss.
Yeah, the minor hiccup there with the death on Zazi from Bald Bandits did provide Perplexed a little bit of a way back into the key. One of the problems, though, that we've seen is that we know Bald Bandits has the one-phase strategy in the back, and if I'm not mistaken, Perplexed is a team that really didn't have that prepared this weekend. Have they gone back to their strategy after the fact and learned how to do that one phase, how to properly set up their CDs for it? Not quite sure, but I think it's something they'll need to do in order to pull out the victory over Bald Bandits. But with the mistakes consolidated across both the teams, it is back to a neck-and-neck race. Perplexed pulling the boss here, only seconds before Bald Bandits got a pull of their own, and you can see they have an ever-so-slight lead on the boss.
Yep, definitely. We also see the difference in Infernal usage here. So actually a Shine sitting on it too. So a Shine not using it on the previous pull, but also not using it for Lysana. So basically holding on to it for that for the bigger trash pull they do afterwards. We'll see if that's actually going to pay off for Perplexed because Bald Bandit's not going to have that cooldown available for the Trash Pull, for the Scavengers. So bigger difference here in cooldown usages. Both teams are about to finish up with Lysana. Bald Bandits though still have that champion left to finish off from that previous Trash Pull that they pulled in. So let's hope that's not going to be still alive once the boss is dead. But yeah, it's looking really good. Perplexed now done with the boss. Gateway coming out. Now all eyes on Perplexed to see how fast they can deal with the Scavenger Pull, with the Infernal probably also being used for a shine.
Yeah, I think it's going to be used here. This is the timing they need for the one phase, right? It's the Infernal on the Scavenger Pull plus the Infernal on the final boss in that second phase to try to phase it as quickly as possible. Bald Bandits using that Shroud once again to get past this trash, to get into this room, to give that movement speed to their team. Is Kush just going to go ahead and skip the Boulder RP, or is he going to Tricks? It's a Tricks. It's a Tricks to get the trash together more quickly. We're seeing Zotzi skip the Boulder RP for them on the far side. This is good tech from both of the teams, but it means that there's no healer with them while they're gathering up this pull, and the tanks are vulnerable here. These Blade Lords do so much damage to the tanks, you have to keep an eye on them. Once those Brutal Assaults go off, you either need to stun them or make sure the tanks don't go down to them, make sure they have something available, especially once they get into Raging. That can be brutal damage on the tanks. Both teams doing a great job of keeping everything alive, but look at the burst damage coming out from Bald Bandits. Even though they pulled this pull so much later than Perplexed, they're getting it down so much more quickly. The pull goes down for Perplexed, but Bald Bandits already has everything below 10%, and it's all dead already.
Yeah, that was so good. I think the rogue difference here, being able to tricks some of the Blade Lords at the end of the hallway. Kush, of course, being so much quicker on that rogue, being able to stealth past all of this trash, while Yip is gathering up some of the previous trash. Kush just tricksing the end backwards to Yip so they can also gather the trash earlier, just saved them so much time here. And another Shroud coming out by Kush here, giving him all of this movement speed. They might even engage Smash Spite at the exact same time here as Perplexed. Okay, Perplexed did engage the boss a little bit earlier. The time differential in death penalties is now completely equal. This is going to be such a close dungeon between those two teams.
Man, the difference in the comp showing through, the different strengths that having those pocket picks just brings to the key. No comp is meta. There's always something that can come in any particular key and really shake things up, and Kush is showing it off here with that rogue. It is incredibly useful in this dungeon. Now, boss damage is still very slightly ahead from Perplex, but remember, they need to get the one phase down because we know the Subtlety Rogue brings the burst for them to potentially get that down, and they have the strategy to do it. Can Perplex finish it off? Can they even stay in the lead here as Bald Bandits start to close the gap once again, bringing it within 5% of the boss's HP? This is going to come down to the wire once again, Nagura. Some of these matches have been incredible today, and we're going to get another one here.
Yeah, we definitely will, as we do see the Dominators are slowly falling for both of the teams. They are perfectly interrupting all of these Fel Frenzy casts, which is something we had some issues with before in previous matches, but no problem for Perplex and Bald Bandits, dealing with those Dominators nicely, and also making sure they're juggling that charge from Smash Spite as well between the teams. Now, Perplex 7% ahead on the boss here. One more thing that is going to be pretty dangerous for both of the teams is gathering up the next trash pack onto the last boss. But Perplexed, they are done, and they're going to be moving on. Now keep in mind, Bald Bandits are a little bit later, but they might have that movement speed from the Shroud again, once more, making sure they move a little bit quicker into the last boss fight if it's ready already. But there we go, Perplexed gathering up all of the Lancers and the Swordsmen. They need to make sure that no one dies to any of these Lancer jumps on the back end, or they need to disrupt them on the way here. And doing a really good job with that Dragon's Breath coming in from Wolf Disco and the Incap War from Sasabi as well. Last boss now engaged for Perplexed quite a bit earlier compared to Bald Bandits.
Literally seconds between the two teams as we engage Kurtalos Ravencrest. Of course, we're in phase 1 here. You want to push it to 10% as quickly as possible to begin the second phase here. You can see Perplexed using the damage at the start of the pull with that advantage they had pulling the boss first to get there a little bit sooner. The gathering was just a little bit slower for the Bald Bandits here, and they are going to be at a slight disadvantage, but we know it's going to come down to who can get the more efficient one phase. Can they beat the Dreadlord's Guile? Can they use that damage buff to efficiently burst down the last boss. Perplexed is going to be the first team on that final boss, but they still have so much of this trash left alive. Bald Bandits now pushing into phase 2 of their own, but their trash is still very healthy too. Look at the damage coming out on Divine Field here. 2 stacks of that bleed, plus the melee damage from all of this trash still being alive, and just now transitioning into that raging, doing double damage. These tanks are in for a beating here. Yips actually gets a 3rd bleed stack, so he's going to be in for a world of hurt here. And here we go, off to the races. The Bloodlust is popped for Perplexed. They have all of the cooldowns available. A Shine gets slept, though, into the pool. That's valuable damage time lost for him. They need to beat this Dreadlord's Guile. I think they're going to get one more Shadow Ball Volley. No, there's the cast. Can they beat the Guile? Do they have the damage? No, they don't. They're into the intermission phase. On the other hand, Bald Bandits are going to get the burst off. The cast is there, but it's too late. Bald Bandits kills the boss, and they're going to take the dungeon.
Bald Bandits, incredible there! Stealing health from that boss faster than he could replenish. Can't push it on to the next phase. They blast him down in one go and sweep in to claim that victory, evening out the score 1-1. Well done, Bald Bandits. They just continue to prove more and more that they are a serious threat in this competition. Tettles, what were you seeing with this incredible, so close, just down to the wire run?
I don't want to be like a backseat chatter, but like that should not have happened for Perplexed. Basically, the reason that they didn't push before that Dreadlord's Guile cast happened is because they used the Sevi to taunt the boss out, which like is fine in like a high level key, right? If you're not gonna beat the Dreadlord's Guile cast, it's fine to like use your Resto Druid to taunt the boss and like meld off the Shadow Ball Volley. But whenever you're actually trying to push the boss as hard as possible, I think that what Bald Bandits did in just like full committing like all of their defensive cooldowns to the AoE and in making sure that you do it like that is the most important thing. And then like Zyro was talking about, a Shine getting slept by the Cloud is just awful. Like that is catastrophically wrong. I mean, just look at this. This is kind of what happens. Zasevi is instead of hitting the boss here with like Heart of the Wild and like just owning the boss during their lust, he taunts it out and like melds the volley. And again, that's a good strat. Like that is frankly a very good strat for live. But whenever you miss the Dreadlord's Guile cast by like 6 or 7%, the damage that Zasevi was going to do there probably matters. And it's like a pretty big deal that he wasn't hitting the boss there.
You hate to see it when they were so close. You know, I can see Zyronic off screen just shaking his head. Zyronic, I mean, what do you think about this? I mean, it happens to everyone. Perplexed, we know, is an incredible team. But when you see how it cost them here in this final boss, a run that they otherwise had pretty good control. Well, you know, it was close, but they were just pulling ahead. I mean, how are you feeling? What are you thinking, looking back on it?
I mean, it was a game of inches, right? Every single tiny thing that the teams could have done better could have potentially won Perplexed this game here. The sleep preventing maybe one extra Chaos Bolt cast, which would have gotten the boss low enough to either potentially die before the Dreadlord's Guile or maybe even die to dots in the intermission phase, would have won them this map. Like Tettles was mentioning, Sevi being away from the boss instead of DPSing with the Heart of the Wild. I mean, it's brutal. It's tough.
I think you can only be so critical about near perfect runs from both of these teams, right? Like it's one of those things that I don't want to say you're coin flipping, but both of these teams were playing so spectacular that there's not really much to analyze negatively. It's more like, oh, okay, these two teams, all right, Perplex didn't one phase on the Dreadlord's Guile cast and Bald Bandits got the best of it because of it. These are two world-class level teams, and I think it's awesome to see them really go head-to-head in this format.
Yeah, and I do think, I mean, just the fact that they didn't one phase here, this is really something. It's not that it was necessarily a mistake, it's more like that it's incredible that Bald Bandits does manage to one phase it every time. Like, it's incredibly hard to do, and the fact that they're pulling it off is crazy. One thing I do want to mention here, I think this win was super, super important for Bald Bandits in this Black Occult, because next up is actually a Taldasar. And at Taldasar, I think Perplex is the clear favorite, because they have played that dungeon twice, and both time they have the best and the second best time of the weekend. With the 9-minute 10 and the 9-minute 18 clear that we have seen from Perplex in this dungeon. While Bald Bandits and a lot of the other teams this weekend had so many issues in the Taldasar, with multiple wives, multiple problems and deaths here and there. But Perplex having 2 super clean runs with 0 deaths twice.
They have really shown that they I think, have a stronger handle on this dungeon, or at least just have better general RNG at times, right? We've had some of the stuff with the snaps that just haven't quite gone right for folks since that, patch came in and kind of changed that mid-pack being something that the teams kind of, adjusted to. I mean, of course, they had time over the course of the competition to do that, but, realizing, hey, a lot here that could go right, that could go wrong. And I mean, I agree with you, Nagara. I think you make a great point. Perplexed have perhaps shown a bit stronger here. Do you agree, Tattles?
Yeah, I think that Perplexed, like if you're a Bald Bandits fan, you're kind of praying that Perplexed like wipes in either the Ataldazar or the Waycrest Manor. I think that Bald Bandits are a little bit favored in that Darkheart Thicket, so you really, if you're a Bald Bandits fan, need it to go to map 5. But if Perplexed play up to their expectations, they play to their game plan, and they don't really make mistakes, I feel like it's going to be pretty hard for Bald Bandits to be able to take down this series. I think that Perplexed has shown why they were the #1 seed coming into this, and we probably should have put some more respect on their name with our caster predictions.
Yeah, we should have. Yeah. So sorry. That was our bad. That's our bad. But, I mean, they really are huge contenders, both of them here, Perplexed and Bald Bandits. And whether or not they're able to push into that 5th match, I mean, Bald Bandits has definitely put themselves in a good position here. 1-1, as opposed to really putting it all on the line, worrying, hey, we've got to win this, or that's done. We can't do it, We're trying to determine our Group B champions today, though, of course, our top 4 teams will be going on to the grand finals from both weekends. But this will be Game 3, Ataldazar Perplexed versus Bald Bandits. I mean, Zyronic, this is going to be a big one for them either way.
Incredibly important for both of the teams. Puts you on match point. We're going to have a team on match point after this game, regardless of what happens here. Perplexed has been pretty locked down good in this dungeon all weekend long, whereas Bald Bandits, they've had some issues, and they also don't necessarily have the fastest strat in here. They've even memed about saying, we're kind of just hoping the other team makes more mistakes than us. You really need to lock it down here. Have the best run of the weekend to give yourself a chance to take down Perplexed. And here we go. We are off to the races. That double priest strat coming in from the Bald Bandits once again, giving them the double PI, a little bit of extra damage, but I believe it's a little less safe than the Resto Druids, so we'll have to see how it works out for them here. Similar strategies off the pole for both of the teams. Moving to that left side, we see teams invising past some of the trash to get set, get prepared to do this pull, and here we go, off to the races. Bloodlust pop from both teams as the AoE blitz begins.
Yeah, there's going to be so much damage going out onto the team, but also Dredako immediately going down to an assault.
Whoa.
And actually that was the wrong position, so they were trying to stand up this lantern here to not get the Juggernaut charges go through, but mispositioned, or had one of the Juggernauts be in a wrong position, and Dredako just immediately going down here. Ice Cold being used by Dredako as he comes back to their group.
no.
They're trying to recover. It's so difficult as a Shine does go down to a Fear Bolt on Perplexed side as well, and Bald Bandits losing players left and right. This is so difficult to recover.
The difference of the deaths is staggering, though. Here's the problem for Bald Bandits. The mage is your damage that kills the Colossi off. Look at the size of the Colossus here from the Bald Bandits, and every single time it casts this ability on somebody that isn't the tank, they will go down to that Soulburn. And that's why we're seeing them throw their bodies at this pole. They do eventually kill it off, but the damage is staggering here. 5 deaths on the board, 25 seconds of death timer, still plenty of trash left alive that they have to chew through, whereas Perplexed, with just the 1 death on the Warlock later on, wasn't really that big of a deal. The trash was already dead. The Warlock had done most of his damage. They finished off the dangerous mobs. They only had a couple left alive, and it's just a victory on this first pull for Perplexed. The massive advantage here. I would say they're almost a minute ahead this early on in the dungeon, which is staggering.
Yeah, in such a short dungeon like Ataldazar, where we've seen 9 minutes and 10-second clears from Perplexed before, this is going to be very difficult for Bald Bandits to catch up if Perplexed plays perfectly from here on out. I did say that the 2 runs we've seen in Ataldazar before for Perplexed were perfect, but this run already won death, right? And there's so many things that can go wrong in Ataldazar with those insane pulls that these teams are doing. Every single pull in this dungeon is incredibly difficult and requires so much coordination and perfect execution. So all eyes are Perplexed to see if they can keep that lead and if they can stay clean in this dungeon, as they do get another transfusion go through with some of these bursting stacks on the team. They'd managed to stay alive through it, though, and are now going to be moving on.
So here's the problem that Bald Bandits finds themselves in now, right? They're going to be killing off the boss here in about 20 seconds or so, once the next transfusion cast goes off. However, Perplexed didn't actually pull that trash back at the bottom of the stairs. They're just going to be snapping it onto Razan. Here's the thing, though. This Razan patrol for both teams, because they had the mistakes, is going to be terrible. Another death comes out from Jornako on the side of Bald Bandits, not having that cauterize available after expending it on the first pull. He's going to release, join the team back at Razan. But, yeah, they're going to spend a lot of time dealing with this Razan patrol time. It's going to be on the complete opposite side of the room that they want it to be on. Oh, man. Little damage taken from Imps as he starts setting up the pull here. Perplexed already onto Razan, already have most of the trash snapped down. There is the rest of it coming down now, and as long as Razan stays here, I think they're home free. I don't see anything resetting, so I think they're safe, and we're off to the races. Actually, the funny thing about this is because Bald Bandits was so late to setting up this pull, Razan's patrol was actually perfect. It did an entire extra circuit around, so they didn't lose as much time as I thought they would, but still, 30% behind on a boss is pretty brutal to deal with, and they still have the majority of this trash to chew through.
Yeah, and Perplexed is not looking like they're making any mistakes moving on here. They do have a bunch of bursting stacks they have to deal with. Another refresh on that bursting 6 stack coming out onto the group.
Whoa.
You see Wolf Disco popping that Dwarf Racial, making sure he does not go down here. But yeah, that was a little bit dangerous for Perplexed. Did manage to recover though. Now all of the trash is dead. All they have left to do is Rasan for this pull. So they're looking pretty strong here still. Bald Bandits now at 40%, so they're... Like, technically, they're not that far behind, but in such a short dungeon, it just matters so much, right? If Perplex does not make any more mistakes, they're clearly in the lead, even if it's only a 30% boss percentage difference on a 23.
Oh, the gateway's good. The gateway is good for Perplexed. That's something I didn't think I'd have to say, but they're up on top. Don't have to go around, don't have to pull extra trash. Here we are into the third and final massive trash pull of the dungeon that Perplex is going to have to deal with. Here we go, setting things up. Divine Field running up the stairs to get a hold of these two stalkers that are stealthed and pulling them into the group with everything stacked up. They need to make sure they lock this down. One single fear going off, one extra Venom Blast going off on the wrong person is going to cause issues for them. There's the second Sigil of Silence coming out to make sure none of those casts come through. Good lockdown so far. The sword still alive, though, is going to cause issues. It's a little extra AoE damage on the team, which could chip someone down low enough to where they could die from a residual Venom Blast. Sigil of Fear coming out to make sure that they don't get any extra casts off into a stun from the Infernal. And then one last Sigil of Silence, just a perfect execution of Chain CC from Perplex to make sure they don't take any extra damage. Textbook. Perfect play from them.
That was actually so beautiful, seeing all of that Chain CC coming in with that Inkabor as well from Sabi to help out there at the very end. And yeah, now they're onto Volcal. We do know that they have this full Shadow Melt composition, which means that they're going to be pulling that trash pack that is in front of the gate into the boss in phase 2, and then Shadow Melt off that Honor Guard to get that perfect percentage that they need to only have to pull some Sky Screamers in the Raptor pack onto Yasma at the very end. There we go, Bald Bandits now also on the way to Volcal on their side, doing the exact same thing. Looks like the Stalkers have not actually been engaged in the previous pull because of patrol timing, probably because they arrived here late, which means that they're going to have to pull these Stalkers and the Honor Guard onto Volcal, which makes this phase 1 quite a lot more difficult for them.
Yeah, having the Honor Guard in phase 1 is not ideal, right? Yips is going to be taking a lot of damage here from the double Stalker plus Honor Guard combo, whereas Perplex didn't pull the Honor Guard until they got into phase 2, and, you know, this is nice for them. Number 1, it gives them an extra target to always CC on. Number 2, it's a target that's always at 100%, so it does things like generates haste for the Warlock through their talent, right?
It's a lot of extra damage. Heal.
Oh my...
Yeah, this is horrible for Bald. So what happened here is because the Stalker patrol was in the wrong position, they did not manage to pull it onto the previous pack. So then they decided, okay, let's pull the Stalkers onto Volcal, which means that they have to pull the pack in front of Volcal, though, because they cannot get the Stalkers past that pack without engaging it, without aggroing it. So now they had this pack onto the boss, and they were trying to cleave down the totems with the trash, and they just had too much residual damage going from the trash onto the reanimated totem that was next to Volcal, and they just went down slightly too early, and they did not manage to catch up on the damage on the other totems, which, yeah, I mean, they didn't manage to recover now, but again, just another big time loss for Bald Bandits, unfortunately. They tried so hard to catch up, and yeah, Perplexed, though, the only thing they have left to do is Yasma, and they're already gathering up the Sky Screamers and the Raptors that they still need for that last couple of percentage and enemy forces. But yeah, Perplex looking really, really strong in their run.
I mean, that's just something that is automatic. You've practiced this dungeon hundreds of times, more than likely. Maybe not practiced it hundreds of times, but probably done it hundreds of times in the past couple of years. That's something that's automatic. You don't even think about it, and those are the things you have to be worried about. If you're not thinking about it, that's the most dangerous thing that can happen, and it does happen for them in competition. In a situation where they can't afford to make any further mistakes, if they want to have the chance of capitalizing on a mistake from Perplexed, they need to play perfect. And that just cost them so much time. Perplexed, however, they're on a mission for a perfect run of their own here. 50% on Yasma, 8 minutes and 20 seconds into the dungeon. They've been sitting in the low 9-minute area all week long. Do they potentially have the damage to pull out a sub 9-minute time? I think they're not quite on pace for it. I think we're going to see yet another 9-10, 9-15-ish run. That is all they need to do to take this game and put themselves on match point. Just have to keep it clean here. No residual spider deaths can come out. The Soul Rin comes out, dropping everyone low. These mobs start moving towards the boss. A knockback from Zasevi keeps them away. And they're doing a good job of keeping them locked down, finishing them off. 2 Skyscreamers still alive, but using interrupts to make sure they don't fear the team. And with the 2 Skyscreamers dead, they're now at 100% count and just have to chew through the last 10%. Unfortunately, the sub 9-minute run was not to be, but Perplexed, with yet another commanding game in Atal'Dazar, will take the lead once again, putting themselves up 2-1 in the series.
Perplexed showing that just like we anticipated, they have a strong control over Atal'Dazar. They come in here putting themselves at the advantage here in the Group B finals and making sure that they can push this to a match point in their favor. I mean, well done on their side. We've seen this dungeon cause so many problems for so many teams this weekend. Sometimes you can forget when you see a clean run like we just witnessed over by Perplexed that it really is a difficult one and that it has a lot of challenges for these teams to deal with. Now, Tettles, do you want to take us through what you were seeing while we watched this game?
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about Atal'Dazar being an uphill battle for Bald Bandits before this series even started. It was a dungeon that was heavily Perplexed favored, and they kind of needed Perplexed to make a mistake. Unfortunately, the Bald Bandits made a pretty big blunder, having some deaths to bursting and storming in the first pull. Whereas Perplexed, a shine did go down to, I want to say it was like a wildfire cast and the Juggernaut AoE. It's fine. It was an unfortunate death for him, but ultimately Perplexed was still in a great position. They didn't have any mistakes with their snaps into Razan. They didn't have any other deaths to pretty much anything else. And whenever Perplexed is playing at that level, it's going to be hard for Bald Bandits to win, but it's near impossible if Bald Bandits are wiping to the first pack. And so whenever we see this in Atal'Dazar, I think we can kind of just it is what it is. They need to have pretty much a perfect Waycrest Manor run. And then for Perplexed, they need to just stick to their game plan in Waycrest Manor. Those are the kind of things that we're looking forward to. I don't think that dwelling on the Atal'Dazar is super productive for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what you wanted to see, but I mean, Bald Bandits, again, like we've talked about, in the grand spectrum of things, this was not one of the messiest that we've seen out of this. Things can go much more wrong, and you can have, these team wipes after team wipes that we've seen. So, of course, when you're just up against a team that is absolutely just blazing through this dungeon, it's difficult when you have a little bit more leeway or things just don't quite work out or your strats kind of fall apart. Right? But, I mean, we're looking ahead as well because it's not over yet. So, Bald Bandits do have a chance. They can bring this back. They can try to tie this up again. But, like we've discussed, the next one that we have coming up here may not exactly be in their favor. I mean, we'll see. I mean, Nagura, you were talking about it a little bit before the break. Do you think that Bald Bandits, can they come into this? Can they kind of figure out their strats? And do you think they stand a chance against Perplexed in this next matchup?
So I do believe we're playing Waycrest next, right? I think Bald Bandits banned Rise. Yeah. So the Waycrest Manor is actually going to be a super, super interesting one because we have seen Perplexed play against Bald Bandits in Waycrest Manor before, and it was that really close dungeon where we had less than a second difference between those two teams. It was a 12:25 second clear by Perplexed and a 12:26 clear by Bald Bandits. So if it goes like this again, it really can go either way. So yeah, this is going to be a super, super interesting one.
What I will say though is in that previous matchup in that Waycrest Manor, Shine was dead for 50% of Soulbound Goliath or something like that. So that's
yeah.
If Perplex is able to not have any major mistakes, which Insanely hard task, by the way. But if Perplexed aren't going to make any major mistakes, they should be timer favored because their go left strategy is a little bit faster than Bald Bandits go right.
Zeronic, I know we were talking about this earlier, the debate. Is left or right considerably faster or slower? Do we think that maybe they're actually pretty much on par? I mean, it's hard to say, but do you have any additional thoughts about, is one or the other better, or are there any specific strats that might really make the difference?
I think it comes down to what mobs you actually are able to pull onto Soulbound Goliath. Not necessarily like... So theoretically, if you go right side first, you get access to... You're moving right. It's technically the easier side to go through. There's less trash to skip past. You have more access to good trash to kill. So, like, from a pure running through the dungeon perspective, right to left sounds like the better option. The question is, when you get to Soulbound Goliath, what are you attempting to pull into that boss? Pull in with just like a Sigil of Flame or something like that? Whereas, if you go from right to left, you have a lot of really nasty, like, captain pulls and witch pulls on the left that you don't really want to be pulling on top of Soulbound Goliath when you have already so many witches out in the courtyard that you're pulling onto the boss. So, pull either way. So if you technically have the AoE to fill it out, I think right could be faster. Again, same as I said before, we haven't actually seen the full potential of the right side pull just yet. But based off of what we've seen from these two teams so far, Perplexed clearly has an advantage in the key if they get their run more clean.
If they're able to do it, I mean, this is going to bode ill for Bald Bandits. Even their shiny aerodynamic heads may not be able to make the difference as they try to fly through this dungeon. But of course, Bald Bandits has shown us time and time again this weekend that they are here and they are here to win. They have done it consistently, and they have proven that they've been able to adapt even against some of these longer established teams. I mean, of course, they've got strong players on their side, and they have only continued to grow stronger here in this current MDI. But this will be Game 4, Waycrest Manor Perplexed versus Bald Bandits. Nagura, this is going to be match point.
Yep, Bald Bandits definitely has to play well here if they want to have a chance to stay in this final here against Perplexed. And yeah, this Waycrest Manor is just such a volatile key with these affixes as well. So we'll see if they can execute. We've seen numerous teams have issues here, especially a boss like Goliath. If you lose one player, it's just so hard to recover, to be able to deal with those thorns with one damage dealer that potentially. And we've had issues even with Perplexed, as we talked about earlier, with Ashine being dead. So we'll see if they can execute those incredible pulls while also not having any major mistakes or any major deaths coming in.
It's going to be a difficult one, and this is what we want to see from a Waycrest Manor, right? Extremely large pulls onto bosses. We want to see the cleave, we want to see the funnel, we want to see them use this extra trash to get as much boss damage as possible. While we don't quite have the funnel we had with the unholy DKs we had back in BFA, it still comes out in the form of extra immolate targets for the Warlock, extra dot targets for the Shadow Priest, free ignites for the Mage, which can, then proc more Fire Blast. Things like that help them get a little more single target, and it's pretty nice to see them just go for the most efficient pulls they possibly can. We'll be ready in just a few seconds here, I imagine, as the teams gear up to get ready to go into this dungeon. And remember, it is Perplexed on match point, and they have to take this one. I mean, looking at this series, right, we've got Waycrest Manor here, and then if they do get through this map, we're into the DHT for a decider. If I were Perplexed, I would really want to win this map. I don't want to go to that DHT.
Yeah, DHT is actually an interesting one, because Perplexed did not play DHT at all, and the 2 times it was in their map pool, they banned it. So it is technically possible that Perplexed maybe they were kind of gambling that they're not going to reach the dungeon in the final, because it's the last map of the final map pool, and they just banned it the other 2 times that it was in their pool. Or they have a very good strategy and just wanted to keep it a secret. That's the other option, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that Perplexed really wants to just seal the deal here and win this Waycrest, and either keep their DHT strategy a secret for the global finals, or, they really have not prepared the dungeon, which would be really good for Bald Bandits if they win this one.
That'd be surprising. So really quick, just to let you guys know, we have a quick little remake going in here. Looks like an Infernal might have hit a critter, so they have to get out of the dungeon, reset it, get back in, prepare the key, prepare the teams, get ready checks going. So it's going to be a little bit longer, and we will get set in just a bit here. But here we go. You know, the thing is, I would be surprised if Perplex didn't have a strategy in Dark Art Thicket. I think I talked about this maybe on Friday as we were setting up for this. People who know Perplexed, they were Shell's Angels. They won the first ever MDI Global Tournament. So I would think they'd have a Dark Art Thicket strategy if that was like the premier dungeon in that series. Enough of that, though. We need to go into this Waycrest Manor here. Perplexed don't want to see that DHT. They want to take it right now. And here we go. We're seeing similar strategies to what we've seen from the two teams earlier this weekend. Perplexed off to the left of the Heartsbane trio. Bald Bandit setting up a massive pull on the right and going directly into Rawl the Gluttonous.
Yep, there we go. Rawl being engaged from Bald Bandit as well. Bloodlust being popped by them too. Perplex, of course, being able to use that Bloodlust a little bit earlier because it's faster to pull the Triads here on their side. They're already in phase 2, fighting Melody while also having all of this trash on top of the boss that is just going to be cleaved down while they are focusing the sister with the Iris, of course, as they are now in the third phase. A little bit of damage coming into a Shine here as some of the Thorn casts are going through from the Thorn guards, but doing still a very good job dealing with that boss. Well, Bandits now 60% onto Rawl, and they did manage to finish off most of the trash that they had pulled on top of the boss as well.
Yeah, and it was a much larger trash pull coming in from Bald Bandits too, right? That's what going towards Rawl first really allows you, is the bigger trash pull and technical, more effective lust usage, right? If you go from left to right, you don't get the lust on Rawl, which means you aren't really using it on as much trash. And the problem with Heartsbane Trio as well is there's so much starting and stopping, right? So much target swapping that you don't really get effective use of that Bloodlust. That being said, Perplexed is going to likely kill their boss off first with the the lack of trash they're able to pull on top of it. But still, you like to see the difference in strategies here. Perplex is going to be going for a massive pull right after this, straight into Soulbound Goliath. The brakes really don't stop in this Waycrest Manor.
Yeah, it really does not, as they are going to be moving towards that exit area, towards where they want to be moving towards the boss, as Sarah just mentioned. So all eyes are perplexed as they're gathering up that insane pull onto the Goliath. There we go, Invispot's coming out so they can skip the left side here. That Soul Charmer is still going to be engaged in just a moment, and they're going to be pulling all of these Thorn Shapers and the Hounds onto the boss. A Shine just summoning that Fell Hunter real quick, and the rest of the group just waiting line of sight before they move into the boss.
Oh, Zazi starts
Bandits doing the same thing on their side.
Zazi died on the setup for this pull for Bald Bandits. They had to use the Battle Res, which means it's not going to be something that they will have for this pull. But here we go, neck and neck. Both teams pulling massive pulls on top of Soulbound Goliath. And as we've seen this weekend, this pull is on a very tight timer. You only have so many ways to get yourself out of these roots on this boss. You have your human racials on the Warlock, on the Priest. You want as many of them as possible to go on your Mage because they can blink out of them every single time. And as we get into this pull, as this trash starts to get into raging, there's no way of stopping the damage going out of the team. Every single one of these infected Thorncasts is going to go out on a player, and with no dwarves to deal with them, they're just relying on their healers to keep them alive. Kush goes down to the Soul Thorns, and there's no battle res available for Bald Bandits.
This was so unfortunate for Bald Bandits, as Kush had used the human racial already previously, but getting another stack of thorns on Kush, meaning there's no way to get out. It looks like they are going to be resetting Soulbound Goliath here, so Kush can release. They do not believe that they can finish off the boss with one of their damage dealers being dead. Very, very unfortunate for Bald Bandits. Perplexed on the other hand, doing a good job. They did have the Thorn. They were a little bit luckier with their Thorn targets, as the first one was on Swag, being able to use that human racial, and then one on a Shine as well, being able to, again, use the human racial. But now, okay, so one more Thorn on Swag. No racial left. They do have dispersion being used, but they have to get him out before that dispersion does run out, and they do. So now they're running out of those racials, and they're running out of the defensives. They need to make sure they're finishing off the Goliath before anything goes wrong here.
Quick reset on the boss here. Make sure Yips doesn't take too much damage as he starts setting up more trash into the team here. More Thorn Shapers. Sigillus Ions coming out to interrupt those first few infected thorn casts, but every single one of these soul thorns that comes out that doesn't go on the mage here is going to be an issue for Perplexed here. The Infernal comes out for a Shine, so it's going to be a little bit of extra residual AoE damage if it does go on to him, but it looks like Soulbound Goliath is going to be finished off for them. One final Soul Thorns will be going off here in just a moment. Who does it go on? Goes on the Priest once again onto Swag. They're going to have to DPS him out, or they could honestly just let him die and battle res him. That's going to be the play. It's a little bit faster, ironically, at this point. They might not even battle res. They might just finish off the boss. and res him after the fact. That being
Sevi's
said, not having to
completely
reset the boss, they need to finish this off. Yeah, Sevi can't really do anything right now. Does he even have the mana to res is the question.
He might not have. Yeah, there we go though. Perplexed did manage to finish up Goliath here, not even having to use that battle rest. Really good for them, as they're gonna be resting Swag in just a moment as soon as Sevi does have enough mana to cast that ability. But yeah, there we go. Swag is now alive. They're gonna be gathering up a pool onto Rel in just a moment. Well, Bandits, even though they did have to reset the boss, they're actually not like an incredible amount of time behind. They're on 35% of Goliath here. They still need to make sure they can finish off the boss though, because again, they are out of those human racials, so they just have to deal with those thorns that are not going on a mage, and they have to deal with this extra trash as well that they had to reset earlier. But yeah, all has to perplex. I mean, if they have no mistakes from here on out, then of course they're going to be the ones that are winning this, not only winning this dungeon, but also winning the whole final here, as they're already 2-1 in the lead. This being a best of 5 is, of course, match point for Perplex.
So much damage going out on the members of Perplexed here. These 3 clothy DPS just getting destroyed by the bleeds from the Pallid Gorgers. Even though they've been nerfed over and over and over again, the damage is still extremely tough to deal with. Even on a tyrannical key, Sevi doing a good job of keeping them alive, but that mana bar still pretty low from before. Didn't get a full drink off, and it's might be an issue later on. I don't think we'll have an issue on this fight, but if he continues forward, we'll have to see if that actually is an issue. We'll see how it keeps coming. The hits don't stop for them, really. Tenderize goes out. That gives Divine Field a chance to go out and gather some more trash. Of course, you really don't normally want to do that on Rawl because it starts doing AoE damage if your tank isn't near it, but during the Tenderize you can do that. Unfortunately for Bald Bandits, more issues as we get into the Heartsbane trio. Zotzi going down on the pole. They have to reset once again. You're not doing this fight without a healer. Reset goes out. Zotzi will release and join the team, but this is just too much time lost for the Bald Bandits.
Yeah, just very unfortunate for them having to reset bosses twice because they don't have those battle rests available for those deaths that are happening. Now the deaths themselves, like, these pulls are so difficult. Like, I'm not even blaming them for those deaths. Things can just happen like that. And a little bit of, I do think it was a little bit unlucky there on Goliath as well with the double thorns on Kush. That is just something that, you know, if you would have went on Dranaco instead, they might have even been able to just finish the boss normally. So a little bit unlucky for Bald Bandits, and now possibly also some mental, like, you know, some tilt coming through because of that unlucky timing on Goliath. And now Satsi going down here, no battle rest available, having to reset the boss again. But yeah, there's still a chance for Bald Bandits to come back if Perplexed has some issues from here on out, which of course can always happen in a dungeon like this, where we're going to see some big pulls coming through from Perplex onto the next boss as well. It looks like they are dealing with this Rune Weaver alone. They might, like, it's possible that Perplex, if they know that Bald Bandits had to reset a boss twice, it's possible that they're going to take a little bit less risk. I don't think they can just do a pull by pull, right? But they can play slightly more conservatively because they're, of course, ahead.
Well, we also know that the next pull coming up is another make or break section of the dungeon, right?
Yeah.
Matron Alma into all of the trash in Lordy Lady Waycrest room, so having one smaller pull here to kind of relax, take a breather, get everything off cooldown, get set for the next pull is totally fine. And, you know, they had a lot of trash trickle in from far away too here. It wasn't just a maiden, it was, you know, a few extra trash pulls, a piglet or two, a couple Pallid Gorgers. They had a little extra trash in here, but that's now dealt with, and you can see the advantage that Perplex have wrapped up for themselves. 9% extra trash. They're pretty much an entire half boss ahead of Bald Bandits, not to mention they are already on their way down toward Lord and Lady Waycrest, and also 10 seconds extra with the 2 fewer deaths they have on the board. They need to clean this up, and it's just getting worse for the Bald Bandits. A Wild Bramblebolt takes out Fragments. That's another death on the board for Bald Bandits, and now they have to finish off Sister Briar with 1 less DPS.
Yeah, thankfully it is the end of the boss fight, so they're going to be able to finish this off just fine. But yeah, again, of course, another time loss for Bald Bandits. As Perplexed now engaging Lady Waycrest. And yeah, they're not going slow at all. They do have Alma in here, as we talked about. Plus all of this trash here and the Soul Charmers can be pretty dangerous to deal with here, as there's just so many casts that have to be dropped that they are very deadly if not dealt with. And then, of course, Alma just doing so much damage to the group as well, on top of all of the abilities from the boss. So let's see if they can execute. It looks like some of the trash is already down. Still having to deal with that Soul Charmer and Alma, though.
just a couple extra trash mobs, and I believe they have a Soul Charmer behind them that they're going to pull in once this one dies off as well. So they have a little bit more to deal with, but they still have plenty of time left on this boss to chew through. They're still only in the second of the phases of Lord Waycrest. He's going to heal 2 more times. So they have plenty of time to just cleave these down, and once that Soul Charmer goes down, you can see that mind-controlled Soul Charmer they have in the back. They'll release it with the X marker over its head and let it rejoin the group. There it is. It's a Thorn Shaper, actually. Sorry, not a Soul Charmer. And it'll go ahead and get interrupted and come down, and they'll have yet another cleave target and yet another way for the Warlock to gain those haste stacks on a full HP target. And they also still have another Prison Thorn Shaper. I don't know if they need the count from that, but they have plenty of these little trash bombs they can pull in. On the other hand, Bald Bandits doing their best to keep it close. Keeping it close enough so that maybe they can capitalize if Perplex has something catastrophic happen at the end of the dungeon here. But Perplexed taking it slow, making sure they don't make any mistakes. It's gonna be tough for them to make a mistake at this point in the dungeon with just really one big pull left.
Yeah, it really is. As we do see, Bald Bandits are also dealing with Matron Alma here onto the boss and those Soul Charmers, and they executed it so well too. Bald Bandits trying their hardest to just stay in this dungeon here. Perplexed, though, already in that last phase as Lady Waycrest joins Lord Waycrest, and they're going to be cleaving down those 2 bosses while also dealing with this Soul Charmer. There we go, the Thorn Shaper being broken out of that CC. This is the last trash percentage they need before they engage those horrors onto the last boss, it seems like. So, yeah, Perplexed, very clean run. The only death that they had was on one of those first pulls at the very end of the trash pack as well, so not too big of a time loss at all for them. And yeah, just Perplexed playing so clean in this final against Bald Bandit.
Bald Bandits did a great job of bursting through this boss, already into the final phase of Lord and Lady Waycrest. Perplexed maybe taking it just a little bit too slow here, letting Bald Bandits make up a ton of time here, but they're already through the boss, they're already through most of the trash. Divine Field has pulled everything in the corridor, and we are on to Gorak Tool. They have the Bloodlust available, they have the Combustion available, the Power Infusion is off cooldown, the Infernal's coming up in 15 seconds. They are ready to send Gorak Tool all the way to hell, and here it comes, the burst coming out from Perplexed. We're off to the races. Gorak Tool is going to die extremely quickly, and man, Perplexed is looking strong.
They're looking so good, and the boss is just absolutely melting with all of those offensive cooldowns being popped, making sure the Bloodlust, the PI, and everything is lined up. We can see all of them also using all of their defensives to be able to survive the boss's AoE, plus all of the horrors jumping around. We even see Dark Pact and Anodyne Resolve popped at the same time for a shine there on the Warlock. And yeah, there we go. The trash is that. The only thing left between them and winning this Group B final here is the 30% of Gorak Tool.
Perplex is a team that put Echo through some of their toughest battles in MDIs of your past. In the recent years, though, they've kind of fallen off, haven't had the results that we've been expecting from them. But after this tournament, the way they've been playing, I'm starting to think Perplexed is back. They're playing some of the best they've played in years in this Waycrest manner is going to seal the deal for them. Perplexed are your Cup B champions.
A huge congratulations to Perplexed, crowned our champions here over a grueling weekend of fierce competition. They will be taking the glory this weekend, but of course our top 4 teams will be moving on. Congratulations again, Perplexed. They are back and they are ready to give Echo a run for their money all over again in the grand finals in 2 weeks. Tettles, I mean, this was maybe not as close of a final game as we would have liked to see, but it definitely showed that Perplexed are on top of their game this season.
I don't think Perplexed really had any mistakes across the entire weekend. They won straight through the upper bracket and then just played to their game plan. And the mistakes that they did have, very minimal. I would describe them like as not game-changing in the slightest, to the point where they were able to basically just win all the way through. And while Bald Bandits looked pretty good, they were just ill-matched against Perplexed, and Perplexed just had a perfect run. Bald Bandits had some issues on Gorak Tool with a couple of deaths, had to reset the boss. Yeah, I mean, you can't do that, right? Like, especially on Triad as well, having to reset both of those bosses, you're going to lose to a team of Perplexed caliber. For these teams now, it's kind of looking forward. It's looking to the global finals. It's making sure that you're prepared with whatever affixes we throw at the teams. It's making sure that you're prepared to make sure that your strats are consistent. And I think that, like, if you're mandatory or Eclipse, that's the big thing that they need to focus on, is just having consistent strats. And looking ahead into Global Finals, it's going to be a big deal, and Perplexed is looking hot. There's a chance that Perplexed is going to be able to take down Echo. I thought that they looked phenomenal this weekend.
They are on top of it. I mean, they are showing that, I think out of everyone we saw in Group B, that they just had the consistency. They had such clean runs, and any mistakes that happened, again, they were those small ones, those ones that only in the closest of games did they really, really, make or break anything. I mean, they are going to absolutely bring their all, and we can tell. I mean, Nagura, having seen how Perplexed played this weekend, it's kind of like a tongue twister there. Perplexed played, it's a little tough. Seeing how they played this weekend, what are you thinking about them going into the grand finals?
I mean, I think they have a very good shot to win the finals after this performance. They looked so clean, and I think Perplexed is also a team that they're quiet, right? Some other teams, they talk to the cast, they talk to other people, they're like, having some banter going on before the events. They're like, we're going to be so much faster than the other teams, we have these incredible strategies. Perplexed, on the other hand, they're always very quiet. We don't really hear much about what they're up to. Did they practice a lot? Didn't they practice that much? And then they just show up in these tournaments and they perform like they performed this weekend, and they just blow us away. So I do think Perplexed, of course, if they're in their best form, they have a very good shot at winning the global finals for sure.
That's amazing. I think that we've seen them just really up their game, particularly this season, and come in strong. I mean, like you said, historically a little bit quieter of a team, yet we're getting some news that maybe we might have an interview. We'll see. It's elusive.
Maybe.
You have to try
really?
and catch Perplexed, to see if you can get some conversation out of them, especially coming off of this victory and all of the matches that they had to do this weekend. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, Tuttles?
I will say that Perplexed are some elusive individuals, and getting them held down for an interview is always tough. This is a team that's always at the top of our MDI scenario, but they don't really have anybody who streams that much. I guess the largest public-facing person on their team is probably Wolf Disco, and even he doesn't. I mean, I think that he's a person that they always ship off to do interviews.
You're doing great, Wolf. You're doing great. Somebody's got to be the face man, as it were. We appreciate it. I mean, here's we take a look at the teams. Ironic, did you have any other insights into these, champions that have been crowned here today for Group B?
I mean, I've kind of been wondering what's been going on with them lately, but I don't wonder anymore. These guys are looking just as good as I always remember them, and dude, if they're in this form, we have a bunch of real competitive teams that can potentially knock Echo off. It's kind of crazy that we still talk about Echo in a weekend that they're not even competing, but I mean, that is kind of what it's been like for the International. It's like, are these teams actually good enough to beat them? And I think there are lots of teams, actually. Perplexed probably is at the top of that card right now. They played incredibly well this weekend.
They did, and like we've been saying, Echo always a dominant force in this space. Not the end-all, be-all of the MDI for sure. There's many other great matches that we get to see all up and down the bracket. But they are a huge force in this space for a reason, and we have some incredible contenders. Of course, although Perplexed were our champions for Group B, as you can see here, our top 4 will be moving on to the grand finals, which will be held in 2 weeks. Perplexed, Bald Bandits, Eclipse, and Mandatory will be coming in and bringing their all again. We'll see if any of those teams have made some drastic improvements in the time between then and now, or what they've changed even when they're going to be going up against all of the people from Group A. Tettles, do you have any predictions about what they're going to be facing in the grand finals?
About what Perplexed is going to be facing in the grand finals?
I mean, any of the teams. We'll have Group A and Group B showing, coming together for the first time and sort of clashing here in the competitive weekends that we've had, at least. What do you think they're going to be sort of feeling out against one another?
I think that Legendary and Mandatory are probably the 2 underdog teams that can severely overperform expectation in regards to what seed they are. Those are teams that I have a suspicion that they could probably range anywhere from second place to 8th, depending on how they show up on that weekend. And I mean, the competition is incredibly fierce. Well,
I agree with Legendary a lot, because I think Legendary had, in almost every single dungeon Legendary played, they seem to have, the fastest strategy out of all teams even. Some strats even faster than Echoes, but they just didn't manage to execute them. So if they can practice that and execute them, I think Legendary is going to do incredibly well. But I also think that Eclipse is actually a team that had, They almost won against Perplexed in that quarterfinal yesterday. And yes, they lost to Mandatory 2-0, but it was really close, right? I think Eclipse is also one of those teams that, yeah, they ended up 4th this time around, but I do think that they can do really well if they have a good day.
They can, and it looks like we have actually managed to wrangle one of the elusive Perplexed, and it is going to be Wolf. So Wolf's going to be joining us, coming on in. Here we are right now. Dr. Wolf Disco, good to have you here, and congratulations on taking home, the champion title this weekend.
Thank you.
Can we hear?
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. Yeah, what's up, man?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yo,
There we go.
Congrats.
thank you very much.
Oh, no grayscale cam, dude? Unfortunate.
No, the doctor is more beautiful. Look at his beard.
I mean, that's a majestic
It is
beard. That's very
fabulous.
good. Well, I mean, obviously you had a great run this weekend, but, I'm curious, what were you sort of focusing? What was Perplexed focusing as they came into the Group B weekend?
Well, this was a little bit weird this time around, we felt like, because the affixes and the key levels and so on were pretty similar to Cup A, so even though we tried not to, there was a decent bit of copying the strats, not gonna lie. But there was, a couple of dungeons where you could spice it up or do some different cook.
How'd you guys get so consistent? Because it seemed like this weekend a lot of teams really struggled with their consistency, and they were wiping those just various things. But you guys, it felt like pretty much every single point, there was no major blemishes, no major wipes. How did that happen?
I think it was probably mostly because our paths were, I'd say, on the safer side, in general in this cup. If compared to other teams, I think we didn't necessarily have the highest or the fastest potential in every dungeon, not even close, but we had pretty easily executable strats for the most part, except Waycrest. That one is just a mosh pit from start to finish.
that is already.
I do have one
and
question.
BRH is just unwinnable.
Yeah. I have one question about DHT, because we haven't seen you play DHT this weekend at all, and I saw you bend it twice. So I was wondering, is there some secret strat that you have cooked up for DHT that you just wanted to keep a secret until later on, or did you just gamble that you're not going to play it in the grand final as it was the last map?
We did actually practice DHT quite extensively, but it was, in comparison to the other dungeons, it was definitely on the higher risk side, so that's why we ended up banning it. It wasn't really even planned to ban it when we went into the cup. It just kind of happened to be this way.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, you performed so well this weekend, even on the ones you're talking about Waycrest, being one that you were a little bit unsure about with the chaos. And yet, seeing you breeze through it was so impressive today. Of course, I'm sure it takes a lot more effort than that. But, I'm curious for you this weekend, what do you think stood out to you as some of your best moments, or the stuff that you were really hey, I felt like we showed what we're made of?
Well, I guess I don't have the stats in my head, but I'm just going to make something up and say that we probably had below 10 deaths across all dungeons, I believe. So I'm pretty happy with that. A low amount of deaths across the board always feels nice.
Yeah, I think the worst dungeon was maybe that Waycrest man in the upper finals, but even then it was still more than fine. I had another question for you. How are you guys feeling about 4 DPS in general?
I think, do you mean if I enjoy it, or if it's good, or how?
How are you feeling about the strategy itself, and then I guess also, are you enjoying it?
Well, I think that in Galacron's Fall is kind of unavoidable, because this dungeon is just kind of weird. But in other dungeons, when it's more of kind of like a flex thing and not a mandatory thing, I think it's pretty cool. But in Galakrond's Fall, it's just mandatory to play 4 DPS almost, because the dungeon just does not deal damage at all. So then you just feel like you have to do it. And when it gets to that point, I don't really like it that much. So I would like to see the dungeon levels probably go up like 1 level maybe. So it's less of a mandatory thing and more of a, if you can pull it off, it's cool.
I guess I have one question. I don't know if anyone else has anything after that, but I noticed you guys picked up Zasevi this time around for the MDI, and honestly, you guys look like you're, back to your old form. You've had a couple issues at MDI Global Finals the past couple of times we've gone in, but with the way you guys played this weekend, it looks like you guys are, back to the form you were a couple of years ago when you were competing with Echo at the top every single time. Does it feel that way to you? Is there kind of like a new... You invigorated by having a new player on your team, somebody you've played with on Liquid in the past? How does it feel to have a new player on your team, and how are you guys feeling about just the overall consistency of your team nowadays?
Well, Zasevi has been a very good friend of mine and basically everyone else in the team for a long time. So it's just good vibes from the first day we started playing. So that's always nice, and it's always good to get like a new perspective on things in a way. Like everyone has a different way to view things and strategies, so sometimes it's just a good thing to switch it up.
Yeah, bring in a breath of fresh air, somebody new, shake it up. And I mean, obviously it's working because the team is looking so good, and we're so excited to see what you're going to do in the grand finals. But again, congrats on being our champion here for Group B. Now, we're not going to let you go quite yet, because we now that we have you, we're going to rope you in for a game that we've been playing here. These are the dungeon movement maps, where we're going to try to guess the dungeon boss place. Only, oh yes, only.
I am so bad at this.
So, get in here. Let's see what you think.
The grayscale.
They grayscaled the class
the-
colors too.
There's not even class
Okay,
colors.
What are they?
It was,
this
it
is-
was
this is
standard
hard mode.
caster comp.
We're on vanilla comp. It's fine.
Yeah.
We did see.
So how long do I have?
That means it's not tier, right?
It's about 30 seconds.
Is there a
Not
time?
Awesomods.
Yeah, about 30 seconds.
It can't be Azamat because
Yeah,
it's a Resto Druid, right?
oh.
We've only seen monks in Throne, I think.
Oh, the colors are coming
Yeah.
back. They're being kind to us now. Dress
Is it based on the cup or what?
Yeah, it's based on
Yeah.
this week.
Yes. Can it be tier?
This
Can we get a time extension, please? Time extension. Can you just talk this out?
this kind of looked like Dressaron, but they were quite stacked,
I think
which is a little bit
Dressaron too.
suspicious.
Well, they might be stacked on Dressaron because they start on that wall, right?
Yeah,
I'm a dresser on here.
I don't think
actually,
it would be
Okay.
tier because it'd be
I think I would
smaller.
go tier because they're pulling the trash into the boss, but I'm not positive.
All right, I'm going to stick with
Yeah,
Dressaron.
I believe in tier. Okay,
We lock it in tier.
you,
Okay.
It's gonna be
Lock it in
Chrono Car,
tier.
man. We're gonna all be wrong.
Oh,
Let's go. Let's go. Good call.
That's,
You got
that's why
it,
he's
you
a
got
Cup
it.
B winner. We're back.
Well, we actually have a bonus one too, celebrating that victory. But this one will actually be a full map when it comes up. It'll be a full map. So not just a boss, but
Oh.
an entire map that we'll be looking
Oh,
at.
a full map?
Ooh.
oh my god.
Okay, hold on. It's a straight line at the start. First
It's
pull.
Okay, so
Throne.
it can't be
Whatever.
Everbloom, right? Because everybody 4 DPS Everbloom.
There's no way we're stopping there.
Yeah. And it can't be Black
Maybe
Recall
Throne.
either because you
I think it's
you turn at the
maybe
start.
Throne and we're fighting the
Oh, it's
Ravager.
Blackrook. You saw the staircase?
Oh.
Yeah, it's Black
Oh, yeah,
Rock.
it's kind
Yep,
of
good call.
Yeah, you're so
Blackrook.
Good
right.
Yeah.
comms. Good
Oh,
comms. That is Black Gold.
but they didn't do a
Straight
turn in
line,
the start though.
Straight line. They did.
I'm
You can
confused.
see it at the start. There's a little bit of a turn at the top left.
Look, staircase again.
Oh,
Looks
okay.
like it's cut
That was
off.
Black Rook for sure then. Has to be Black Rook then. GG's.
All right, we won.
Okay,
Wrap
go
it up.
next.
Show the dungeon.
Lock it in. Just fast forward. We know we won.
I'm gonna cry if just like Razan appears again at the end.
They'll do that to you. Be careful.
Oh, jeez. I feel good. I love that you pointed out the stairs on this, Nagura. You're so right. You can like literally see where they wind up the stairwells coming up to the top here.
You can see the boulder dodge as well here on the staircase.
I actually didn't know you stayed kind of in the same area, like they do here, the entire
I didn't
dungeon,
know
even though
that
you're
either. I didn't know
moving
that either.
upstairs.
Yeah, it's interesting.
There it is.
There it is.
Why is the druid running through the wall? He's like cheating in this sort. His
Oh,
line
They
is,
tried to overlay it. Oh, cool.
That's Mandatory's druid. He's just able to go through walls.
Oh,
No. This was an approved strat run. It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, that was an approved strat. Good point.
Did we eliminate them retroactively, or?
Okay, this was great. Thank you so much for being a good sport as well, Wolf. We appreciate it as you came in and did this. I mean, you had to do the real competition, but then we added a little extra bonus one here at the end for you with these guessing games. A big thank you again to Warcraft Logs for these. But before we let you go and relax and celebrate your victory, did you have any final thoughts, Wolf, or any shout-outs that you want to do here now that you've been crowned the champions, which is so exciting for Group B?
yeah, just thank you to all the people hyping us up in the Twitch chat and on Discord and stuff. Always fun to see when you get some random tags in a Discord you haven't opened in 10 years. Love that. And thank you very much for a fun tournament.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Perplexed really gave us a lot to be hyped about, and we were so glad to have you on. Oh, what's that? What's
Sneak
that?
preview.
Oh,
We got our bracket
yeah.
for Global
One
Finals.
bracket.
Oh, this is the bracket? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You guys get legendary in round 1.
Perplexed legendary. Oof.
Ooh.
That's a spicy one.
That is an oof.
We should have
You
gone
can
second.
do great.
This is not good.
You should have went second indeed.
Legendary, they were owning in Cafe. They had some.
Yeah.
The only thing holding them back was the internet. So,
Yeah, how do you feel about
Yep.
Lepan's internet connection? Do you know a guy?
well,
Yes,
yeah, I know him very well. I had to disconnect on a daily basis every day during this practice to the cup, so I wasn't feeling too good myself.
Oh no.
Well, fingers crossed you won't have any disconnects in that showdown. But I mean, honestly, for Legendary showing so strong, Perplexed, you were showing just as strong this weekend, and it's going to be matches that I know we're going to be looking forward to. Even if, I'm sure it's a little bit worrisome it being your first one right off the bat.
Yeah, we're gonna need to cook some good stuff to beat them.
Can't wait to see it. And if there's, any other final words before you get to be set free to prepare and, come back again here in 2 weeks?
Go celebrate, maybe.
Celebrate? Yeah, how are you going to celebrate tonight?
I'm gonna celebrate by logging on to a Season of Discovery and owning it up in Nomor again.
Oh my gosh, that is a massive celebration.
Nice.
I love it. Well, enjoy, have fun in Season of Discovery, and get the rest that you can before the grand finals. Thanks so much for talking with us, Dr. Wolf Disco, and congratulations again to Perplex, our Group B champions. All right, with that, we had a little bit of a peek here at our bracket. What are we thinking? Tattles, how you feeling about seeing what these, initial matchups are going to be here for the grand finals?
That Perplex versus Legendary one is obviously going to be insane. Ultimately, though, I think that we have 8 absolutely high-quality teams. This has been an incredibly competitive season of the MDI so far, and Cup A and Cup B have both proven that if you reran this Global Finals, you probably get a lot of different results. I think that all of the teams are super high caliber. I'm really interested in seeing what we're going to get out of the affixes, and honestly, even the dungeon level potentially for Global Finals. Is that going to change? Is that going to be something that's going to stay stationary? I think there's a lot still left to be discovered as well as we head into the Global Finals.
Yeah, tons here. We have some huge matchups that are going down. Echo and Eclipse, Bald Bandits versus Dogs. I love in chat as well all the "can I pet that dog" memes that I've seen. I mean, you might be able to, but be careful. They bite. They are strong, and they are out to win. Perplexed versus Legendary, as we were just saying, looking to be a legendary one. And Last Hope and Mandatory. I mean, of course, we have a lot of action ahead, and a reminder to all of you that will be in 2 weeks. We will have all 8 of those teams finally coming together here between Group A and Group B for the ultimate showdown, March 8th through 10th, where they will be competing for $200,000. And as a reminder to all of you, don't forget, if you haven't yet and you want to, register on Raider.io because the TGP will commence with Season 4. Man, I mean, this has been an incredible weekend. We saw some amazing matches, some that made us laugh. We saw just so much good stuff, a lot of memes. We saw a lot of Razan. We saw a lot of Tettle's hair. We saw no hair as well. I mean, it's been amazing. Too much Razan. But does anybody have any final thoughts before we say farewell, at least for now?
Just big shout out to all the competitors.
You know, I set myself up for that one. I set myself up for that one.
All 3 of us.
Let's keep talking all together at the same time.
All right, that's it. We're going
We all
back.
love to be here. We're great.
We're going back. Nagura, do you have any final thoughts? We'll do it one by one.
Yes, I do. I love Razan. That's it.
Great. Zyronic, do you too love Razan? Do you have any final thoughts about the weekend in Group B?
I despise Razan. I don't ever want to see him again. If I see that singer again, I might lose it. Man, I'm gonna lose it. No, I'm at the risk of sounding like a broken record, dude. The competition, insane. Dropping down to 16 teams. While we did lose out on a cup bracket, and we lost a little bit, you know, from the Last Stand tournament, the competition better than ever. It's been nonstop bangers. Even the lower bracket, which, you know, sometimes can get a little weird, was fantastic this time around. And our 8 teams that we have for the global finals, I mean, looking at those matchups we saw in the brackets, I mean, every single one of them could be, you know, a semifinal match in one of our cups or a grand finals match in one of our cups. Like, it's going to be so close between all those teams. I can't wait to see what strategies they pull out in those global finals.
Yeah, they're going to be pulling out all the stops because that's really where you want to lay it on the line and give it your all. I mean, Tettles, any final thoughts from you as well about these teams or what we might see next weekend, or 2 weekends from now, excuse me?
Just shout out the competitors. It's not easy to perform as well as we have seen from teams in the MDI so far. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of practice hours. So big shout out to those guys for helping make it possible.
Absolutely. And a thank you as well to our production. We couldn't have done this whole weekend. We couldn't have had the memes, the fun, the incredible high quality without all of you. Even the Razan. It was good. You know, I'd like to say I think I've come around on Razan. I think I went from loving to hating to loving again, and I think it's really come full circle. But thank you, production, for making this an unforgettable weekend. Thank you as well to all of the teams that participated. Whether you won, whether you lost, whether, you know, you pulled off everything you hoped, or there were things you felt you were a little bit short on, just know that it was incredible entertainment for all of us, and we're so grateful for everybody that participated and that came out here to show us what the top tier of gameplay in the MDI can be. And a special thank you as well to all of you who are watching. I mean, we couldn't have done this without your hype, without your excitement, everything going on in the chat. It's great to get to do this, and since it was my first time on the MDI desk as well, just thanks for making me feel welcome. It was awesome. As well as you three and everybody else that's been on desk. I'm so happy to have been able to cast with you. I mean, incredible insights, fantastic breakdowns, and it's just been a really good time. Now, it's not over yet, as we've been saying. So AWC will be next week. 2 weeks. So not next week, but the week after, we'll have the global finals here as well. So be sure to tune in. Don't miss it. It's going to be absolutely epic. These teams are fiercer and more competitive than ever. So we'll see you there. We'll see you at the grand finals, and be sure to catch the AWC if you can as well.